New emails show Hakeem Jeffries, the Democrat minority leader in the House, invited Jeffrey Epstein to dinner. Okay, that's just such a lie because Hakeem did not send this email. It was from a political consultant named Lisa Rossi, who worked for a fundraising firm, Dynamic SRG. Dear Jeffrey, we are thrilled to announce that we are working with Congressman Hakeem Jeffries, so he hired them. Hakeem is committed to electing a Democratic majority in 2014 and is encouraging his friends to participate in a fundraising dinner with Obama this Monday night. Shoot us an email if you would like to get involved with the dinner or would like to get an opportunity to get to know Hakeem better. So is Epstein Hakeem's friend? Okay, fundraising consultants are hired to send emails to just about everyone. Hakeem claims he had no knowledge of this email and he never met or had any conversations ever with Epstein. Well, just to be clear, this email was sent in 2013 after Epstein pled guilty in 2008 for soliciting a minor for prostitution. So you would think Hakeem would advise those he's hired not to solicit pedophiles for money and call them his friend and offer them an opportunity to get to know him better if the price is right. Okay, you're really stressing in this one. Hakeem had no idea this email was ever sent. He's listed once in the Epstein files. This is it. And not even direct communication. Trump is listed more than 1,000 times, and it's more than direct contact. What does that even mean? I don't know. Trump just signed a bill to release the Epstein files. Once again, you can thank your local Republican or conservative Cal for providing transparency. Oh, please. We all know Trump fought tooth and nails to avoid this moment. Oh, please. But eventually he came around, and that's all that matters because of pressure from us, his MAGA base. Biden, on the other hand, released nothing for 4 years. But now, according to this new law, the Attorney General has 30 days to release everything relating to Epstein to the public. Except there are some permitted withholdings allowed in this bill. Like the AG can withhold information that would jeopardize any active federal investigation, which Trump just out of nowhere reopened an investigation into Epstein. So the question is, will they use this investigation as an excuse to withhold what Trump doesn't want out there? That's a very standard reason for withholdings, and the law explicitly says those redactions must be temporary and narrowly tailored, and the law requires the DOJ to publicly justify every redaction in the Federal Register. And if Congress sees irregularities and thinks they're redacting something that shouldn't be redacted, there's things that Congress can do, like holding DOJ members in criminal contempt. It's just shady how Trump's DOJ released the memo months ago saying no files will be released and investigation over after promising to do so for months during the campaign, and then Trump fought tooth and nails to make sure they weren't released, but now he signs this bill. I'm hoping there's not a plan to withhold whatever the hell Trump wants withheld. Oh, please, I think Trump is just focused on other issues, but now he came around, and now this bill is the law of the land. It's not a suggestion, it's the law, so it'll be filed, and we'll all finally get the transparency we want. Thanks, Republicans. We're hoping for the same thing, justice for the survivors. That's all that matters. The DOJ admitted today that the grand jury in the James Comey case never actually saw the final Comey indictment. This is such a non-story. Want to get into the details? Oh, it's certainly a story, as it shows the incompetency of Trump's DOJ weaponization. So initially, Trump's former personal lawyer, now U.S. Attorney Lindsey Halligan, presented a grand jury with a 3-count indictment, which they rejected one of those counts, but approved the other 2. Yeah, so then all Lindsey did was removed one of those indictments and remade the indictment to be merely the 2-count version and filed those charges. Yeah, except the issue is the grand jury voted on the 3-count indictment, never on that version 2-count indictment. But the DOJ claims since the jury already approved those 2 charges, they merely removed the 3rd one. So what's the issue? Plus the 4-person and 1 additional juror were in the courtroom when they returned the indictment, and they endorsed the revised 2-count indictment by signing it and explaining on the record in open court that the indictment reflected the vote of the grand jury. The issue is the law. Grand juries must vote on the exact indictment in its final wording, format, and count structure. This must be presented, deliberated on, and voted on by the full grand jury. They skipped this crucial, necessary, lawfully required step of putting the revised 2-count indictment in front of the full grand jury. Okay, and sometimes procedural mistakes happen, and the DOJ does have up to 6 months to refile cases if they're dismissed due to a grand jury irregularity. Yeah, well, there are a lot of other irregularities at play here as well, considering Lindsey Halligan has never indicted a case before and she was hand-selected to go after Trump's political enemies, so there's nothing regular about these irregularities. At the end of the day, the jury accepted 2 out of 3 indictments against Comey, so the DOJ filed those 2 indictments. The procedural issues should be figured out and justice pursued. There's an old saying that a grand jury would indict a ham sandwich, yet somehow y'all got this wrong too. It'll be figured out. Oh gosh.
And all right, guys, we are live. Well, this is Set with Set Media, guys, and I'm back with another one for you. All right, guys, we're about to get into Trump's talking about his investments with Saudi Arabia and possibly asking for an extra $500 billion to add on top of the $1 trillion. And of course, we're about to get into the Epstein Transparency Act. And then at last, we're going to see if are the Dems calling for a coup? Don't worry, guys. We'll get right into it. But let's not forget to double tap that screen and like the video. Let's get right into it, guys.
Really good job. My daughter Tiffany's here with her great husband, Michael. Thank you very much, Tiffany. Thank you, honey. She was a great student. She went to Georgetown. She was a great, great student, and she finished really right at the top, and we were proud of you. And she was so proud, and her Graduation got canceled because of COVID. But I say if her name were something else, they probably wouldn't have canceled it. They didn't like that she did so well in school. They weren't happy about it. I say they canceled your graduation because you were a great student and they didn't want, but other than that, I have no problems. You see, I don't take anything personally. Anyway, great job. And of course, hundreds of the top minds in technology, finance, and private enterprise from both Saudi Arabia and the United States. But my message to all of the leaders and investors with us today, and they are the best in the world, is very simple. Under the Trump administration, America is back and America is open for business. And America is actually stronger than it's ever been before, ever. We rebuilt the military in my first term. Foolishly, we gave a little bit to Afghanistan, but not very much compared to what we built. But now we're building it at levels that we've never done before. And in addition to that, we're sending a lot out to our allies and we're making it possible for them to get it. I want those companies to build more plants, to build it faster. We want them to build it faster. The biggest problem we have is we have a backlog because it's so good. Every country wants our missiles, our jets. They want everything we have, and we got to go faster. We just have a new plane, the F-47. It won a very strong competition. It's the newest.
I mean, which is true. Like a lot of these countries are putting in their orders for American weaponry. And then, of course, there's the NATO deal that we have where they're going to increase their military spending. And that increase in military spending will be used to purchase American weaponry, which is great. And it helps us out. So it's all good on that side. Now, as far as bringing manufacturing back, he's really doing that with the tariffs, especially the sector specific tariffs that actually bring these companies back. Now, the blanket tariffs, that's to stop, China from transporting or exporting their products elsewhere. But the sector specific tariffs, that's what actually brings manufacturing back.
That was won by Boeing. By the way, Boeing is doing an amazing job of coming back. Kelly is doing a great job. They're really moving, and it's really great to see. But they won the competition for the jet fighter, and they say it reaches levels that has never been reached, both in terms of stealth and speed and everything else that they go by. So they're just completing their factory, and they've already started work on the F-47. How did that number get chosen? I don't know, but I didn't pick it. I did not pick it. It was said, sir, we'd like to present you with the F-47. I said, that's an unusual number. How did you pick that number? After 4 years of economic nightmares under the previous regime, Sleepy Joe Biden, he's a sleepy guy, wasn't he? Think he would have been here today? I don't think so. Americans have rejected the fail.
And shout out to the original Backyard Gaming. He says, Boeing does hit jobs on dissenting voices. Oh, you ain't that right. I mean, there's been plenty of Boeing whistleblowers that, are no longer speaking anymore. And then, of course, there was that whole problem when when we were buying their planes, and some of their planes was kind of falling apart in midair, mid-flight. And why? Well, they said that we had to cut back on safety checks, which is crazy. Crazy to think that'd be the thing you guys would cut back on, seeing that build airplanes.
And they were really failed, far left models that you were looking at of high taxes and massive spending, soaring costs, crushing regulations, and trillions of dollars in green new scams. Everything was a new scam. Green. Look, I'm all for the environmental everything.
Yeah, me too.
I'm all for climate change. They have new word, climate change. Used to be global warming. It's global warming. Well, that didn't work because it started coming down. They did the global cooling thing. Then they just said, we can't keep up with this. It's too much. So we'll go, perfect words, climate change. They're covered. If it rains, if it snows, if it's warm, it's climate change is destroying the world. Remember? The world was supposed to have been gone 2 years ago. They gave us 12 years, Howard, to live, right? 12 years. But that was 14 years ago. The world was going to burn up, but it got actually much cooler.
Now, look, I'm not gonna go and crap on green energy as much as I like to, but I'm not gonna go ahead and completely crap on it. The problem with green energy is that we're not implementing it correctly. And what I mean is that we honestly should be building our own solar panels, our own windmills, and try to advance them, because what we're getting from China is not it. And it's honestly not really helping our environment out. And of course, it's a matter of national security as well. Why? Because China put devices in these windmills, and actually, you can look this up. Chinese switchers have been found in our solar panels. So let's say we were to go all green energy, we pretty much put our whole electric grid in the hands of China. And do we really want that? Of course not. But do we want to sit there and f up the earth with fossil fuels? Well, we'll still wait. We're still waiting on the science on that. So I'll get back to you on that one.
They know these people. It's a little conspiracy out there. We have to investigate them immediately. They probably are being investigated. Their policies punished success, rewarded failure, and produced disaster, including the worst inflation in our country's history. We had the worst inflation in history, and now we have a beautiful normal inflation. It's going to come down over the next few months a little bit more, but we have a nice normal inflation. We had the highest inflation in the history of our country. 9 months ago, our country was dead, but now America is the hottest country anywhere in the world. We're the hottest.
And shout out to my man Gaming. He says, how many whistleblowers can suspiciously die in 1 month of sounding the alarm? Boeing. Let's find out. I am not suicidal. Hey, if you want to come in here and tell us something we ain't never heard before, I am all game for it. Like, sure, I love that.
Country. I don't care what country you're with. America is the hottest country considered, and we did this in a period of 9 months. We're a little longer than that, but it took me about 2 weeks to get started. We're rewarding those who build and create, invent, and invest in the USA. And you know, our tax, our big, I call it the great big beautiful bill. It's the biggest bill ever passed in the history of Congress. And Scott and I and all of us, we sat down and we said, let's do it, along with the speaker and John Thune and everybody, said, let's do it all in one bill. And a lot of people were totally, they said, you'll never get it approved. And we didn't have a huge majority. We had a huge presidential win. We won everything. We won all 7 swing states. We won the popular vote by millions. We won everything. But the one thing, we won one, it's called districts.
Now, the big beautiful bill, when it comes to our side, tax cuts and all that good stuff. But to the Dems, their main gripe with the big beautiful bill was the cuts to Medicaid. And they actually felt, and here there was a reasonable argument that, well, why aren't we cutting military? Why are we cutting Medicaid? And to be quite honest, because, well, do you see what we're doing right now with our military? Am I saying that it's right? No, but obviously they had plans to, use that military money. But let's be honest, one of our biggest expenditures is what we put into healthcare. And we can go ahead and rank them right now. It comes to what? Social Security, what was it? Social Security, Medicare, and then Medicaid. These are the 3 things we spend the most on. So there got to be cuts. And Social Security, I mean, the boomers are going to lose their shit, and they probably wouldn't even vote for a Republican ever again if we touch Social Security. Medicare, I mean, that's for the old people. So we have to go with the least drastic, which is Medicaid for the low income. And we can go ahead and make cuts to that because that was already at $1 trillion budget. We knocked it down to $825 billion. Well, actually $855 billion, including the funding for rural hospitals. And the Democrats are still losing their ish. So that was the main gripe about the big beautiful bill, was the Medicaid cuts.
The country has districts, and we won in terms of districts 2,750 to 550. And that's the most, that's why when you see the map of the election, it's the whole country, it's all red. And it's pretty amazing. 2 little blue streaks on the right and on the left, and they're very little and getting smaller. But it's been, it's been pretty amazing. But in 4 long years, Joe Biden secured less than $1 trillion. In 9 short months, I've secured $18 trillion to rebuild our factories, create hundreds of thousands of jobs, and bring back those beautiful words, made in America. So think of that. He did less than $1 trillion in 4 years. And in 9 months, we've done more than $18 trillion, okay? That's called success. And we think that by the end of the first year, it'll be over $20 trillion. So, and thank you very much. You helped with that little boost you gave us, that little increase. We appreciate it so much. We appreciate you. So it's just one example. Under the deals being signed this week, workers at GE Aerospace, I think he's here. Where is he? Stand up. What a job you've done with your new engines. And
Hey, shout out to my man. Shout out to my man Matt for sending in the Laughing Disco for 250 joules. Appreciate the support, my man.
where are you? You're there. It's not a very good location for you. I thought you have been amazing. Great new engine that's supposed to be more efficient, more powerful, and less costly. That's not a bad combination. But GE Aerospace will soon be delivering dozens of new airplane engines for 787 Dreamliners in Saudi Arabia's commercial fleet. Big order. It was a big order just secured. Every new job and every new factory created by these announcements builds up our middle class and really strengthens the industrial backbone of America. And, you know, I view it differently. I used to view it as it's great, great, great. The stock goes up. I view it, everything is jobs now because I don't care. I care about jobs. And we have more jobs. It was just announced we have more jobs right now than we've ever had in the history of our country. Those are big numbers. You know, it's like crazy. It's just a great stat. More jobs today than we've ever had in the history of our country. And we're going to be producing a lot more are coming. In my first term, we built the greatest economy in the history of the world, and now we're do it again. But this is really bigger and better and stronger. The first term, we had what was considered the best economy that any president has ever had. That's nice. And we got hit with COVID, remember? And we did a great job with COVID, but that was a horrible thing for the whole world. The whole world suffered. Your country suffered.
Now, I will give it to Trump when it comes to projected jobs, but we're still dealing with the announcement of over 1 million jobs that may be, you know, cut off or laid, or people that may get laid off because of AI. And like, there's really nothing Trump could do about that. So when people want to bring up the announcement of 1 million layoffs, you can't really blame Trump, because even when you read into the article that tells you about it, it says it's due to AI. So I would actually ask Trump, how would you tackle that? Because that kind of seems to be the main problem when it comes to the job market right now. But hey, we'll see how that goes once these AI factories start being built and see what the jobs they create and hopefully not take. But all right, man, shout out to the original Backyard Game. He says, wouldn't it be smart to pay debt with that rather than send it out as a dividend payment? Think about it. In order to keep our system fun, we need 1 trillion. Yeah, we do need a 1 trillion debt. Yeah, we only need 1 trillion debt. I mean, that is true. Maybe. Actually, I don't know, dog. You have to hold on. 1 trillion? Let's see here. Altogether, we make about like $6 to $7 trillion in tax revenue and all that good stuff. I mean, we can definitely find better ways to allocate that money. I mean, cut off all the foreign aid. I mean, and all the BS spending and all that good stuff. And, you know, we can find the billions of dollars to allocate to help the American people or to go into better endeavors that help the American people. But 1 trillion, I don't know about that one.
Everybody suffered. And despite that, we had the greatest economy. And before that, forget it. We blew it off the charts. I'll never forget, I met with pollsters the day before I got the news about COVID, but I met with 2 pollsters because we were starting to think about the next election. They said, sir, if George Washington and Abraham Lincoln came back from the dead and they aligned and they went for the president, vice president as a combination, you'd be beating them by 25 points. And then the next day I was told that something strange is happening. There's a lot of death being reported in a certain country. I won't tell you which one because that country is well represented here, but you know which one. And thousands and thousands of people are dying. And I said, that's strange. What would that be? And it turned out to be a disaster for the world. There's, you know, like nothing has been seen like that since 1917. I always thought that when I heard, you know, pandemic or anything you want to call it, but I always thought that was like an ancient phenomena, that could never happen in modern times, but it did. But we did a great job with all of the things that we did with the vaccines, with the so many of the drugs that we came up with, making you better. Regeneron is an example. Regeneron was fantastic. I give them great credit for what they did. But we did great, and then we started doing the gowns and the masks and the goggles and the ventilators. We were sending ventilators all over the world. We became the king of ventilators. But what a period of time that was for all of us. But despite that, we had the greatest economy in the history of our we had the greatest economy in the history of the world. And I'll tell you, it was an amazing time. But this looks like it's going to be blowing it away, because when these plants, which are being built now, and many are going to be started very shortly, many, but when they open, we're going to see numbers the likes of which nobody's ever seen before. And, you know, in some cases, you're building extremely complex plants. You're building plants to make computers and to make telephones, to make a lot of different things, missiles. But you're building plants that make things that are very, very detailed, and you have to have great knowledge. And you're coming here and you find, if we don't have people that did that before, we are allowing you, and I may take a little heat. I always take a little heat from my people, the people that love me and the people that I love. They happen to be toward the right of center, toward the right. Sometimes they're way right. But if you have to bring people to get those plants opened, we want you to do that. And we want those people to teach our people.
Temporarily, of course, temporarily, because we don't want a repeat of what happened at that Hyundai battery factory. I mean, they brought in some people, and did they ever leave? No, actually, a lot of them overstayed their visas, and they continue to work there. And here's the problem. That battery factory by Honda in Georgia was actually getting tax breaks on the backs of the the people of Georgia. So they're getting tax breaks on the backs of the people, and they're not even hiring the American people. They're keeping in their people that they brought in from South Korea. Yeah, we cannot allow that to happen again. And as long as they do it temporarily, sure, go ahead, bring them in. But we cannot allow that type of behavior or that type of action to happen in America again. And if ICE needs to go in there and kick in all their doors and drag them all out each time, so be it.
People, how to make computer chips and how to make other things. You can't come in, and I'm explaining, you can't come in, open up a massive computer chip factory for billions and billions of dollars like is being done in Arizona, and think you're going to hire people off an unemployment line to run it.
I mean, you know what? Let's see here. Like, if we're talking about putting semiconductors together, now, seeing that I have a tech degree, putting a semiconductor together is not that hard. Now, considering the rare earth minerals and the complications of the components, sure. But, like, that's more of the manufacturing side of it. I mean, putting it together, I really don't understand why we have to bring in hundreds of thousands of immigrants just to learn how to make a battery. Like, dog, give me a manual. Y'all been giving y'all been giving us PowerPoint presentation, videos, and manuals all through school. Now, but all of a sudden for the job, you need to bring in somebody overseas. I mean, shoot, why didn't you do that for us while we're in college then? While we're learning this stuff? Why didn't you do it then? But hey, if that's what have to happen, as long as it's temporary, so be it. Shout out to Laughable Panda. It's funny how the left will blame the right for their actions and scream hate Trump, except when good things are happening. Then they want recognition. Exactly. I mean, actually, no, it's kind of crazy. They're kind of blaming all of their problems on Trump right now, you know, when it comes to healthcare, affordability, and all that good stuff. All of the problems that go down in their state, in their cities. They just want to sit there and blame it on Trump, or convince their voter base that, well, all of our leadership problems that you guys are suffering from is Trump's fault. And sadly, the base eats it up.
They're going to have to bring thousands of people with them, and I'm going to welcome.
Oh, but shout out Laughable Panda. Appreciate the support, sis.
Welcome those people. Now, I love my conservative friends. I love MAGA, but this is MAGA. And those people are going to teach our people how to make computer chips. And in a short period of time, our people are going to be doing great.
Okay.
And those people can go home where they probably always want to be. You know, when
All
people are
right.
born someplace, they tend to want to go. And
There you go. And that's how you clean it up, Trump. That's how you clean it up temporarily. And make sure you stick with that word, temporarily. Make sure you stay saying that word, temporarily. And then once you get closer to the date, please start giving us a timeline.
we have the greatest country in the world, but they want to go. But they're going to do. We had one case in Georgia where a battery factory, batteries are very dangerous to make. They're complex, much more complex than people understand. And they spent $1 billion to build a factory.
I mean, like, I kind of wish that I'm like, Trump, when these tech kids go through their, their whatever pursuit in tech they want to go, from like cybersecurity to hands-on stuff, from like development and all that, we learn about this stuff, right? We learn about it and we learn the ins and out of it. So you can always just like bring this stuff back up to us and we'll be able to relearn it again. Or just like I said, just throw us the manual. We really don't need to bring in immigrants, but hey, it is what it is, especially for batteries. I mean, come on. They were teaching us how batteries was made in class. I mean, here's the thing. They was even teaching us how the next gen batteries would be made in class. But hey, I guess we need the Asian man to come over here and show us.
And they were told to get out. And I said, stop it. Don't be stupid.
Oh, and shout out to my man JB too for sending in the jewels. Appreciate the support, my friend.
And we worked it out. And now they're teaching our people how to do it. But they're going to have to spend, Jensen, I don't think you can open up a big plant with your friend from Taiwan where we're going to have 40 or 50% of the computer chip business I don't think you can do that with people that don't even know what a chip looks like. Do you agree with that? So somehow, the people that are against this are really, really smart. They're unbelievable patriots, but they just don't understand. Our people have to be taught. This is something they've never done. And we're not going to be successful if we don't allow people that invest billions of dollars in plant and equipment to bring a lot of their people from their country to get that plant open, operating, and working. I'm sorry. So my poll numbers.
That's the problem, though, Trump, is that you can't really. I got to get my criticism on this one. You can't really say you're going to be adding jobs like that. Then if these guys are going to be the reason why the plant's getting built, the batteries are being made, and it's not being given to American people until when? And please work out the apprenticeship program or the training program where these guys are going to come in and train us and get sent back. Y'all also got to work that out for us as well. Because right now it sounds like you're going to let these companies do what Hyundai was trying to do in that battery factory in Georgia we're going to say we're going to hire American citizens, but really we're going to take your taxpayer dollars and hire our own South Koreans. Yeah, we're not going for that. I'm going to be quite honest with you. If I see that happen, and shoot, I'm going to be the one snitching.
Just went down, but with smart people, they've gone way up. They've gone way up. And I mean that. So for those of you that are doing the plants, you're going to have all the help you need, and you're going to do a great job. And you're going to teach our people how to do it, and our people are going to be just as good as your people ever were in not such a long period of time. Since the election, the stock market has set, and this is a little more than 9 months, 46 all-time record highs. And the growth is now amazing, and it's lifting up the Americans and American economy like nobody's ever seen before. It's the biggest. There's never been a period of time like this. Wages for hourly workers are rising at the fastest pace in 60 years, and real wages for construction workers are up $2,200 a year, and that's good, and that's spending. They're going to spend. They're going to buy many of the things that you're making. In 9 months, we've lifted over 600,000 Americans off food stamps, and that's happening rapidly. When we had the problem 2 weeks ago on the SNAP, and they talked about all of this, the numbers. So when I left, which was a rigged election, by the way, but that's okay. They used to go crazy. I'd say rigged, nobody complains anymore because now they realize it was, and it's been proven, and it continues to be proven. But when I left, that number was $7 billion. Now it's $47 billion. That's Biden. So if you think about it, if Kamala, who's the same basic thing, grossly incompetent, He was incompetent. They're all incompetent because their policies are open borders, men playing in women's sports, transgender for everybody. I mean, they got the worst policy. I don't talk about it too much because if I talk about it, they might change. So, no, I don't talk about it. I tell people, don't talk about it. Wait till 2 weeks before the election and hit the hell out of them.
Well, I'll be real with you. For the election that they won in November this month, let's be real, they honestly honed in on affordability. And here's the funny thing about it. They kind of, and only Mondani actually answered this question. What are you going to do about affordability? Even though he gave the most trash responses, trash policies, at least he gave an answer. I mean, Sherald and what was that? Abigail Spanberger. Yeah, they just ran on affordability without really too much saying what they were going to do about it. But hey, we'll see how that works out for them. I'm really got my eyes on New York City, though. That's going to be a fun experiment right there.
Right? We talked about that, right, Elon? Said we wait 2 weeks before. It's almost like you're in a war. Don't shoot yet. Don't shoot. Hold your fire. The enemy's rushing. Hold your fire. Don't shoot. Okay, now you can go. 2 weeks before. But I watched a guy the other day, a congressman, fighting for men playing in women's sports. And the new weightlifting record for a certain...
Oh, shoot. And shout out Laughable Panda for becoming a member. Hey, appreciate the support, sis. Make sure you email me so I can go ahead and send you that Discord link. Appreciate the support, sis.
Weight was just set. The man was 119 pounds higher than a woman champion who was a phenomenal champion. Beat her by 119, and he was an average lifter prior to transitioning. A lot of the Saudis are sitting here saying, what the hell is he talking about transition? They don't do, they don't do a lot of transitioning. They're sitting here, the Saudis are saying, what is he talking about? They're saying, what do you mean women are playing against men? No, that doesn't happen, does it? Yeah, it does. These people are crazy. 1.9 million more American-born workers are employed today. Think of that, than when I took office. So we picked up almost 2 million workers, and more Americans are now working, as I said, than at any time in the history of our country. Under Biden, 1 out of every 4 new jobs went to increase the size of the federal government. So in other words, 1 out of 4 was a federal worker. Well, I love our federal workers, but that's not the way you can build a country. It's a short road to a disaster. Under my administration, 100%, think of that, of all new jobs created came out of the private sector. In fact, the federal government, we cut thousands and hundreds of thousands of jobs out of the federal government. Now,
yeah, while Joe Biden grew hundreds of jobs in the federal government. Shoot, they had people that was assigned to do the same job. I mean, 3 people all getting paid at least $60K to $70K a year. I mean, what a waste of money. But hey, Joe Biden grew the government and Trump shrunk it. And the Dems completely lost their ish even then.
now,
You know, it's crazy. I mean, I thought we were supposed to, always believe in small government. But hey, look where we're at today.
if I wanted to do something for purely political reasons, I'd say, Susie, let's hire a couple of million federal workers. And you know what happened? Unemployment is unbelievable. We don't do that. They did that. They used to hire workers in order to fudge up the numbers. The federal workers. By the way, Susie Wiles, most powerful woman anywhere in the world by the biggest, most important magazine. Susie Wiles, she had her father, Pat Summerall, the great announcer, football. He was a great football player, became an even greater, the voice of the NFL, and he was supposed to be a tough cookie, and I believe it 100%. Most powerful woman in the world. She can take out a country, take out a country with one phone call. That's power. I don't know if I could do that, but she could. Thank you, Susie. Do you feel good about the job you're doing?
Now, Susie Wiles is one of Trump's top advisors. And, she is a Zionist. I mean, let's be real. Like, when a lot of these, guys with the Israel derangement syndrome go off about how Trump is controlled and all that, they do bring up Susie Wiles, who is, yes, an avid Zionist, an ardent Zionist. So, That's where that comes from. Now, does this mean that Susie Wiles out here giving Trump bad policies and bad advice? No, but I'm pretty much saying that people are kind of harping on some of her beliefs.
She's never going to be satisfied. She's doing a great job. We're also making incredible strides to make America affordable again. That's a new word that they're using. Affordability, they talk. They had the worst inflation in history. They had the highest prices in history. The country was going to hell. The only thing that we're going up in is our stock market, okay? The only price that we really have, I mean, we're bringing prices down, but they came up with a new word, affordability. And they look at we are all about affordability. And everyone assumes that that meant that, no, their prices were high. If you look at the numbers since I took office.
Now, what Trump really should have did is that now, if you actually look at the numbers, if you're in a red state, you're more likely paying less for groceries, transportation, housing, clothing than in the blue state. You're paying less. Actually, I mean, shout out to mylifeelsewhere.com, where I compared what it's like to live in Ohio compared to New York. And you would be, not too surprised. You'd be not too surprised at the results. I mean, Ohio is 17.8% cheaper than New York. And I mean, probably one of the reasons why my parents moved from out there to over here. So, yeah. And trust me, this site is actually pretty cool. My Life Elsewhere, you can compare like the affordability between countries, states, cities, all that cool stuff. This is not a sponsorship or anything. I actually just like the site because it's a fun tool to play with, and I'm somewhat childish. But all right, guys, let's get right back to Trump.
Core inflation is now below 2.7%. It was at numbers that nobody had ever seen before with them. Walmart just announced that the cost of their standard Thanksgiving meal is reduced by 25% this year from last year. So they look, the Democrats, I don't know, some of you are probably liberal Democrats. I don't know about in your country. I don't know if you know that word, liberal. The word liberal doesn't exist. But they have a new word now. You can't use liberal. You have to use the word progressive. And I don't like using it. It's a beautiful word, progressive. Progressive, that's not them. They're regressive. No, they're regressive. Think of it. So if I don't get in, we have $20 trillion. Let's say she gets in. Instead of $20 trillion, you'd lose $10 trillion, and your welfare and other benefits would go up by 30%. Look at SNAP. Look at what happened there. From 7 million to 47. From 7 billion to 47 billion. It would be that. So we would lose business. Countries and companies and people would flee our country. They would flee. And all of the other things would go up. In other words, would end up with a shell of a country. And I'm being nice when I use the word shell. This country would have been in big trouble. And I don't want to get him in trouble, but that gentleman right there, the most respected man in the room, that's today because we're here. Most respected man, I have to say that.
Yeah, I'm gonna be honest with you. Due to our environmental protection laws and, of course, corporate greed, a lot of our jobs left overseas. One, because other countries have less strict environmental protection laws, and you can pay their workers lower, like in China. So this would honestly lost a lot of our manufacturing. And honestly, we could have kept the wages, but we'd have had to kind of dial down on the environmental protection. Like we couldn't have both. We couldn't ask these guys to pay high wages while also paying high taxes if they go over the environmental protection standard or whatever the EPA had in place. Especially when it came to rare earth minerals. We screwed ourselves on that and the manufacturing of solar panels.
Don't worry. When I'm with other countries and the leaders sitting there, I say the same about them. Don't worry. Don't get carried away. No, the most respected, one of the great leaders, he told me when I was in his country, he said, and I use it all the time. Sometimes I refer to him because I have great respect for him. I figure it sells better. But he said exactly these words. He said, it's amazing what you've done. 1 year ago, your country was dead. And now you've got the hottest country in the world. You were the first one that said that. And I've used your name hundreds of times.
Yo, and shout out to my man Gaming. He pretty much said it for me. He's like, yeah, too many people being tree huggers. I mean, yeah, pretty much. Like, you think China gives a damn about their environment? No. because if they did, they wouldn't be the top producers or the top refiners of rare earth minerals, because refining rare earth minerals is very taxing on the environment. That's why a lot of countries kind of lean away from it a bit, because it's taxing on the environment. Now, China, they don't care. They don't care about the environment. They don't care about their people. They don't care about the poverty line. So it's F it. It's like a corporate, bro, honestly, it's like a shareholders, like, I ain't gonna lie, beautiful dream. It's like a wet dream for them over there.
I use your name, I say that King of Saudi Arabia said. But anyway, but it's true. We were a country that was in really bad trouble. We were a country that would have been dead, I believe, within a year or 2 years after the election. We were headed in a very bad direction. And now we're headed in the best direction, I think, that we've ever been headed. According to the USDA, Turkey is down, think of that, 33%. And I'm not talking about the country of Turkey. He's doing fine. Erdogan is doing good. Just want to, I don't want him calling me. I'm not down 33%. He's a friend of ours. We got to take care of our friends. Since March, egg prices are down 86%. Think of 86%. Many other prices are down in a similar number. When I first came into office, my first 3 days, I had a news conference, and they started screaming at me. Those people, that's a lot of people back there. Look at all the fake news. They started screaming at me, eggs, eggs. I didn't know anything about it. I said, what's going on with eggs?
Oh, and shout out Karen Martin. Appreciate the support, sis. She sent 100 for 2 jewels. Appreciate the support.
They're up quadruple. I said, I've only been here for 3 days. And we'll work on it. And we got them down very substantially. They said, don't buy eggs for Easter. At the White House, we have an Easter egg hunt. We buy thousands of eggs. People come from all over, thousands. They asked me, sir, would it be possible this year to buy plastic eggs? I said, I'm not buying plastic eggs. The kids are going to pick up an egg. They're going to, what the hell kind of an egg is this? And we bought maximum number of regular eggs, and we got the prices. Brooke Rollins did a great job, Department of Agriculture. She did a fantastic job. And eggs are way down now. Mortgage rates are down.
I mean, they were crying about eggs. Like, day one to Trump's presidency, they were crying about eggs, refusing to acknowledge the bird flu crisis that was going on under Biden, and how Biden had to pretty much holocaust a whole bunch of chickens. So that created a scarcity in eggs. That's where, that's why that happened. But now, when it comes to affordability, like I just proved, the affordability crisis, honestly, is lying in these blue states. Like, these blue states are pretty much almost unaffordable to live in. When you compare them to the affordability of red states, there's always a 15 to 20% difference in which you'd be paying. And I mean, basically, I guess you being able to save could just be you taking up your bags and your stuff and going right to a red state. And that might be the savings you need to excel in life. You never know, man. You never know.
Fight the Fed. I mean, Scott, you got to work.
Lord knows y'all ain't trying to hear that, though.
And this guy, he's got some.
Oh, and shout out to my man Jay. He's like, me, I prefer smoking my tree than hugging it. I'm done.
Real mental problems. No, he's something wrong with him. It's just sweet. I'll be honest. I'd love to fire his ass. He should be fired. The guy's grossly incompetent, and he should be sued for spending $4 billion to build a little building. I'm building a ballroom that's going to cost a tiny fraction of that, and it's bigger than the whole thing put together. You got to work on him, Scott. The only thing Scott's blowing it on is the Fed, because the Fed, the rates are too high, Scott. And if you don't get it fixed fast, I'm going to fire your ass, okay?
Damn.
I can't tell you, Scott, sir, don't fire him. Sir, please don't fire him. He's got 3 months to go. Don't fire him. I want to get him out, Scott. Please. He's the voice of reason. You're very lucky you have him, I'll tell you that. Done a good job.
Now he's talking about Jerome Powell, our current Fed chair, who's pretty much always too late for some reason, even when he's hiking up the interest rate, or he's lowering it, which he finally gave in and gave us an interest cut, but a rate cut. And even though Trump was asking for it for months now, and he finally did it after for some reason, I don't understand this, but after everything that Trump warned and Scott Bessent warned came true. And the problem with Powell is that his policies or the way he handles the Fed chair is that he waits for bad things to happen instead of trying to predict it and counter it. So yes, instead of being proactive, he's reactive. And I mean, hey, if that's the type of leadership you like, then I mean, that's you. But I'm more of a proactive guy.
Howard's a little bit more for firing him. Right, Howard? I think Howard would say, get him the hell out of there. Anyway, well, congressional Democrats wanted the largest tax hike in history. They wanted to raise your taxes by 42% 44%. I proudly gave you the largest tax cuts in American history. Don't forget, the great big beautiful bill doesn't kick in until January 1st. So all these numbers that you're reading about, all these great numbers, that's without the tax cuts. The tax cuts take effect on January 1st, and that's no tax on tips, no tax on overtime, and no tax on Social Security for our great seniors. Even people that go buy a car, they've never had this. You know, middle-income people don't know what the word deduction is. They don't know. This room, they live on deductions. I do too. How much of a deduction do I get? We all live on it. Middle-income people, they don't know about that. They don't really have deductions. We're giving them a deduction.
Well, I would say middle income. I'd say the lower income people don't really know about deductions because they're too busy waiting on a refund check. But guys like myself and people who make way more than me, yeah, we pay taxes. So, and we got to worry about those deductions. So that's what made me laugh, because I'm just like, yeah, you got a point there. Like when a lot of people wait on the refund check, there's those who are in the middle class or higher that, well, gotta worry about that tax bill, guys. And it's almost about that time again.
On the interest, if they buy a nice Tesla car and they borrow the money, you're so lucky I'm with you, Elon. I'll tell you, has he ever thanked me properly? Mm. Although I do let him buy other than electric cars, but these are minor details. You know, we had a mandate, which even Elon thought was ridiculous, that everybody has to have an electric car by 2030. And once, fortunately, he said, that's a ridiculous thing. So I keep quoting, but I'm giving them a deduction. Now, Elon would like to have it differently. A deduction only if you buy a Tesla, right? But we'll let it be for everybody. But think of it. You get a deduction on the loan, on your interest payment. I think that's going to be an unbelievable boon to car sales. I think it's one of the biggest things. And we'll see, but I think it's going to be. And the biggest thing I've done for business and jobs is deductibility, where all of that money that you're spending, 100%, think of it, expensing for all new equipment purchase, factory construction, including structure. Every single thing you're allowed to deduct, expensing 1 year. And that's what made our first tax bill, in my opinion, more than anything else, bringing your money back in. We have that, we have everything. Trillions of dollars, hundreds of billions, but trillions of dollars. Apple alone, Tim Cook brought in hundreds of billions of dollars. You couldn't do it under the old tax code. You'd have to pay so much tax, and just the bureaucracy of it. We made it very simple. We charged a fair rate, and we took in billions. Well, we have that. But the expensing, to me, was the thing that made it so successful. And the other thing is all of those tax cuts that we got, that was the largest tax cut in history. On top of adding to those cuts, we extended the original tax cuts. If we didn't extend, you would have had about a 58% tax increase from that point. And we were able to get that extended. So I want to thank.
Oh, really make it permanent now. Well, the new tax cuts is what? The no tax on tips, no tax on overtime. I mean, he raised the standard deduction for Social Security and then finally enacted no tax on Social Security. So we're going to see how that does over this next 4 years, because they are set to expire in 2028, just in time for the election. So we'll really see where that goes.
The Speaker of the House, and I want to thank John Thune. And a lot of people thought that bill.
And here's the problem. A lot of people don't like the big, beautiful bill tax cuts Well, mainly because it gives tax cuts to billionaires, or actually, it made permanent the tax cuts to billionaires and corporations. Now, here's my stance on it. Who gives you, how'd you get your job? I mean, who builds the factories? Who builds the offices that you work your nice, comfortable job in or hard labor job in? Exactly, the billionaires. So they get tax cuts, they usually reinvest. And that's just the way the world works. Now, you can sit there and lie to yourself and say, oh, no, they just hold it up and buy more yachts. But if that was the case, well, we wouldn't see all these factories being built. And let's be real, you wouldn't be seeing an Amazon factory damn near getting built in almost every goddamn city in America, or a Starbucks almost in every goddamn city in America.
Because we put everything into that one. We took 4 years worth of things and we put them into the great big beautiful bill, and we got it passed. It was close, like about.
And shout out to Laughable Panda. EVs doing worse damage to the environment than gas. Well, I'll tell you this, man. Hey, it really don't help when it comes to the lithium either, because So for all my Tesla drivers, for you to go ahead and ghost ride your Tesla, there's African children picking lithium barehanded in slavery, by the way. So yes, when you ghost ride the Tesla, remember there was an African child that had to pick lithium barehanded for you to do so. I'm not saying that you should park it and turn it in, but you should have more appreciation for it because slave hands were involved. But yeah, trust me, when it comes on the humanitarian part of it, EVs are actually doing worse to the environment, especially the whole lithium mining part.
A quarter of a vote. It was on fumes. We thought for a couple of moments we were not going to be able to get it. Then we would have had to have it in 9 or 12 or 14 different bills. And I don't think we would have gotten many of them approved. We would have gotten some easily approved, but some we would have gotten no votes on. By putting it all together, we got everything. And it was a great job. And I think someday it's going to be appreciated. But among other things, it's the biggest tax cut in history for people and for businesses. So just enjoy it and think of me every once in a while when you're hiring new people and making a lot of money. You just think about us. But I'm cutting a record number of job-killing regulations. That's the other thing. And I've already slashed more than $1 trillion worth of regulations this year. My last term, I gave the largest regulation cut in history, and now we're doing it again. In fact, for every new regulation, they're mandated to cut 10. And so far, it's for every new regulation, they've cut 30. So they have the idea. And very importantly, we stopped.
Yeah, and that's really what it was. Not only the fact that you got to actually pay workers a somewhat of a livable wage in America, but the regulations. The regulations were just so heavy in America, it made it very hard to manufacture or to have competitive manufacturing price. So it's always going to be way cheaper to produce in China because of one of low wages and of basically damn near zero regulations. So of course, we weren't. Sorry, guys. But so of course we weren't being competitive with our manufacturing power. Instead, we were damn near doing everything we could to drive these guys right out of America for some strange reason.
Joe Biden's radical crusade to kill oil and natural gas. Somehow, I don't think Saudi Arabia would like me too much if we decide to kill oil and natural gas. There's nothing like it. It works. Windmills don't work. Other things, I don't want to get into it too much, but they don't work. What does work is natural gas, oil, nuclear, and other things. But the windmills are a disaster. I am the biggest negative person on windmills. They ruin your locations. When I look at some of these countrysides that are littered with windmills, and every time it goes around, you lose money. The country loses money. It's a disaster. And I just hope that some of these countries that are losing their ass, we have countries that are going bankrupt because they're putting windmills all over the place. You're supposed to make money with energy, not lose money with energy. And we talk about oil and we talk even clean, beautiful coal. I said, you're not allowed to mention the word coal unless you precede it by saying clean, beautiful. So I have my people in the office, they're talking about coal, right? And they're going, sir, a clean, beautiful coal is doing very well, sir. And then 2 minutes later, clean, beautiful coal. Then he mentions the third time, sir, coal. No, it's clean and beautiful. because it needs a public relations help. Coal needs a little help, public relations wise. So we refer to it as clean, beautiful coal, and it does have its place. That I can tell you. But we're streamlining permitting for all new energy projects, all new mining projects, and what used to take 20.
And the reason he's really stretching for this one, because I mean, coal could definitely help us out with oil, especially through the liquefaction of it. And then also, as well as that, we've actually made a lot of strides when it comes to dealing with coal, especially handling the pollution of it as well. So, hey, I mean, when it comes to coal, we actually do pretty well with it. Now, is that a really good reason to just lean all into coal power? Well, look, man, I'm not going to say yes, but let's be honest. We're making strides in it and we're making the technological advances. Why not get right into it again?
28 days is
what was it? They started putting like scrubbers on top of the man. What's that part where all the smoke leaves out at the top? Jesus Christ.
is
Let me know in the
now
chat.
down to very little. But we had times when, not 28 days, we had times when things would take 14, 15, 16, and even 20 years to get approved. We have a maximum day, 28 days. That's the maximum it'll take. It'll never take more. You can come in with $1 trillion factory. You can come in with what it takes, a maximum of. You don't have to go years and years and years, be abused by bureaucracy. If you build a plant now, you're going to have your plant done within 28 days. And a lot of you are all, because I see everyone shaking their head, you're all agreeing. We're getting you approved by very smart people quickly. You know, when you used to walk in with plans done by the best engineers in the world, thousands of pages, and drop them on some guy who's been there for 28 years approving
Here it is.
Environmental impact.
All right. Yeah. So it's chimney. Yeah. Chimney scrubbers. So let's see here. It's a device in a coal plant's chimney that removes pollutants from the exhaust. So yes, from the chimney, they have these scrubbers on the chimney that pretty much removes all the pollutant that'll be forced right into the air. And instead of it coming out black, it comes out white. So yeah, those are the advances that we started making. We had this for a while now.
And he's looking at pages that he's never seen, and he's supposed to approve it. He has no idea what the hell is in those pages. So we know what we're doing. We're going to get maximum is 28 days. That's why we have so much under construction, and people can't believe it. They can't believe it. And again, remember what I said, most important thing, you're building your own electric plant. You're really becoming a utility in addition to doing what you're doing. But you're building all of the excess, all of that energy, all of that electricity is being built. And your excess electricity, you can sell back to the federal grid. So we even make it there. Under the deals being signed this week, the world's two leading energy superpowers, America and Saudi Arabia, are partnering on energy like we've never partnered before. American Saudi companies represented here today are joining on liquefied natural gas, infrastructure, constructions, and making both of our energy.
And shout out to my man, the original Backyard Gaming. He says chimney scrubbers were forced by the EPA, the Environmental Protection Agency. Yeah, I also did hear about that as well, but it was quite the technological advancement, though. The fact that they're actually able to clean up a good amount of the pollutant that comes out of those chimneys. So we got to give them that. Now, and let's be real, for all the tree huggers that, oh, what about the miners and all that good stuff? Don't worry, we'll figure out something for them too. But it is what it is. Sometimes, guys, we gotta cut back on this whole environmental protection thing to honestly get some manufacturing going, to bring back some jobs. So for my tree huggers, look, I love national parks too. And we're not destroying the national park, so chill out on that. But there is going to be some federal lands that does need to be drilled up.
Energy sections. I mean, our sectors are becoming so strong. Just a quick story. In Louisiana, when I first time I got there were two massive LNG plants. One was under review for 14 years and was being rejected. The other one was for 18 years. The people of Louisiana, Doug, you know exactly what I'm talking about. And one was $20 billion, one was $24 billion, like the biggest things, like 3 Empire State Buildings lying on its side. It was massive. And I said, whatever happened with those plans? Well, sir, they're under review. How long has it been? 14 years and 17 years. And they had given up. Massive investments were being made by other countries and the richest people. They couldn't get them approved. I got myself involved. Right, Doug? The first one I got approved in one day. The second one, I got a little cocky. I took my time. It took me 1 week. And they're both operating today, and they're tremendously successful. I got one. Think of it. After 14 years, I was in office. I got involved. I got it done in 1 day. And it's been a tremendous success and made a lot of money for our country and for a lot of other people. And the other one took 1 week to get done. That one was under review, I think, for 14 or 15 years, both of them. So I'm very proud of that, actually. I also proudly ended the ridiculous Biden-era restrictions on artificial intelligence, and we will work closely with friends and partners like those in this room to build the largest, most powerful, most innovative AI ecosystem in the world. And we are going to work it so that you'll have a one approval process, not have to go through 50 states in the United States. You know, you can't go through 50 states. You have to get one approval. 50 states is a disaster because you have one woke state and you have to do all woke. You'll be back into the woke business. We don't have woke anymore in this country. It's virtually illegal. But you'll have a couple of wokesters, and we don't want to do that. We want to get the AI done, and I'm working with David. David's done a fantastic job. If he's here, I think he is. He is. Thank you. David's done a fantastic job. But we want one approval, one, and hopefully you have the right guy in the federal government. Hopefully you have the right president, but you have one approval, one approving body, not 50, not, hundreds of people all over the country looking at what you're doing. And basically you're forced to take the worst and the most onerous, right, Jensen? Are you happy with that, Jensen? Thank you. If Jensen's happy, I'm happy. But what's very important, we have to do that. And we have a couple of very good, very well-meaning senators that think every state should have a right to approve. We're not going to do that because that will not allow you to do what we have to do. And we'll get that straightened out. Together, the United States and Saudi Arabia are unleashing really the most incredible new prosperity together. And we're also making history and forging peace. And I've settled 8 raging conflicts, 8 wars. I've settled 8 wars. I have 1 to go. You know what that one is. I thought that was going to be my easy one because I have a good relationship with President Putin, but I'm a little disappointed in President Putin right now. He knows that. I thought that was going to be the easy one. I settled 1 war, 36 years. I got it done in 1 day. I had another one, 32 years, millions of people killed. Even Congo and the Rwanda, they had 10 million people killed. It was out of control. I got that settled. I have a man's father who happens to be in this room doing a great job, right? Got that settled. I settled 8 wars. And I'll tell you, His Majesty would like me to do something very powerful having to do with Sudan. It was not on my my charts to be involved in that. I thought it was just something that was crazy and out of control. But I just see how important.
I mean, bro, the history of Sudan is crazy and out of control. It's like military coup after military coup after military coup. It's like not one leader has ever left office without dying. It's like you don't leave the office of Sudan alive, apparently. It's absolutely wild. Like every time a transfer of power has happened, it's through a military coup. Every single time.
That is to you and to a lot of your friends in the room.
It'd be tough to live through.
Sudan, and we're going to start working in Sudan. I didn't think that that was one that was going to be so easy to do, but we're going to start working. Mohammed said, yeah, thank you. Thank you to you. No, it wasn't on my charts because I'm good at settling disputes, and I've always been. I've done very well with that over the years, even before this. But I was talking about the different wars, and look, India, Pakistan, they were going to go at it, nuclear weapons. I said that's okay, you can go at it, but I'm putting a 350% tariff on each country. No more trade with the United States. No, you can't do that. I said, I'm going to do it. Come back to me and I'll take it down. But I'm not going to have you guys shooting nuclear weapons at each other, killing millions of people, and having the nuclear dust floating over Los Angeles. I'm not going to do it. They said, we don't like that. I said, I don't care if you like it or not. So I was all set. I told Scott, 350% tariff to settle that war. If you don't, we'll make a nice trade deal. They were in the midst of a deal. Now, no other president would have done that. Another guy would have, like Joe Biden, doesn't even know what countries we're talking about. He wouldn't have any idea. There'd be no tariffs, no nothing. Just the whole world would go to hell. But no, I used tariffs to settle all these wars. Not all of them. 5 of the 8 were settled because of the economy, because of trade, because of tariffs. So I did this. But, and then I'll tell you what, the Prime Minister of Pakistan called me. Thank you very much.
All right, guys, we're going to go over to the media analysis. So let's go ahead and start off on the right side of media here and for Fox News. But go ahead and enjoy this little clip before we get into it.
Democrats look set to win the midterms after this unexpected but critical group came out in support of them following Trump's blowout victory in 2024, where he surprisingly won the popular vote with everyone from college-educated white-collar to unionized blue-collar workers showing strong support for him. Many believe that the Democrat Party was finished and would take years to rebuild and mount any comeback. However, a new report done by Americans for Limited Government found that their rebound may be far quicker than previously expected and could realistically materialize by the 2026 midterms because Democrats have been receiving massive infusions of funding from a group of America's largest union bosses, as despite their union members largely supporting Trump, the report says union leaders have used members' fees to contribute tens of millions of dollars to help rebuild the Democrat Party's platform, finance their campaigns, and fund political messaging against Trump and his policies.
And all right, and yeah, I guess that's where we're there, and that's where we're at with that one. Apparently, the Dems might see a resurgence just off millions of dollars flowing into their campaign funds. Well, let's see how that works out for them in midterms. All right, guys, let's get right into it with Laura Ingraham.
Time with us. Slotkin's new insurrectionists. That's the focus of tonight's angle. Now, it's official. Other than maybe John Fetterman, there are no serious people left in today's Democratic Party. Only those who are so obsessed still with ousting Trump that they'll risk burning down our entire constitutional system to do it.
We want to speak directly to members of the military
and the intelligence community
who take risks each day to keep Americans safe.
We know you are under enormous stress and pressure right now.
Americans trust their military,
but that trust is at risk.
This administration is pitting our uniformed military
and intelligence community professionals
against American citizens
like us.
How? So the National Guard comes into DC and the crime gets cleaned up and everybody loves it. Same thing in Memphis. Yeah, like now, if you guys are talking about ICE, I mean, whatever, but I doubt you guys are going to try to tell ICE to turn against the president or to turn against their leadership. Like, that's not how it's going to work. And if you're calling for the military to turn against the leadership, I mean, well, you obviously don't know how the military's been trained. They actually most of them have been trained to ignore the leadership and follow the orders of the commander in chief, whoever it is, whoever it may be.
You all swore an oath
to protect and defend this Constitution.
Right now, the threats to our Constitution aren't just coming from abroad, but from right here at home.
Our laws are clear. You can refuse illegal orders.
You can refuse illegal orders.
Yeah, I know. Those are not illegal orders. So what they're trying to do is, I guess they are getting a bit insurrection-y. What I mean by that is they're trying to say, refuse Trump orders that we believe are illegal orders. So refuse to go into these states or these cities that have high crime that needs to get cleaned up, that the local police have a hard time cleaning up, Chicago, and just say that they're illegal orders. No, they're not illegal orders. Maybe y'all need to actually go ahead and look up what illegal orders are and what examples of those are before you try to incite the military to do something crazy like that.
You must refuse illegal orders.
Your vigilance is critical.
And no,
like illegal orders like what? Can you give us an example, please? What illegal orders are you talking about?
that we have your back. Don't give up the ship.
I mean, Isn't that hilarious? I mean, look, you got to remember, these are people that decided to defend the Constitution and all that good stuff. You got to sit there and explain to these military men, what about the Constitution is being destroyed? Because a lot of them don't have TDS like you guys. A lot of them don't see Trump as just this unlawful person like you do. So you really got to actually convince them and not just depend on TDS. Okay? Okay. But this is absolutely insane, though. It's like, come on now. You guys got to do better than this. Can you provide examples of what illegal orders have been given? And I mean, out of the history of the military, I mean, come on now. There's been some wild ass orders that they've taken that probably were on the border of illegal. So to actually bring the National Guard into what? DC? Not unlawful. To bring him into Memphis, that's not unlawful either. So what are y'all talking about?
Now, let's be clear. They're playing games with one of the gravest outcomes for our country, a military uprising or coup against a duly elected president. Of course, being the frauds that they are, many of these same Democrats and others have accused Trump of doing exactly what they're tiptoeing toward right now.
Donald Trump does not back the blue. He backs the coup.
The president incited an insurrection.
What? Does not back the blue, he backs the coup. How did I know it? This is how I knew. It's like they can't win the game, so they got to flip the whole table. They see that they can't win without having a socialist in there, and they already know how the socialists are about to perform. So these guys are just ready to take a knell for the midterms. They're like, you know what? Maybe we could start a coup before the midterms so we don't get decimated. Because they don't sound like a group of people that's gonna win. They sound like a group of people who want to just flip the chessboard over because they see themselves losing.
The blue. He backs the coup.
The president incited an insurrection.
There was an attempted political coup organized by the president of the United States.
January 6th was the culmination of an attempted coup.
No. January 6th was a riot against the results that turned, well, actually it was a protest against the election results that turned into a riot that the media spun into an insurrection, even though, you know, these guys weren't armed with guns trying to take out every congressman and senator in Washington. So, I mean, that would be an insurrection, you know, pretty much trying to take out of leaders. But protesting a vote, no, that's just a protest that turned into a riot. Now, if that's what you're talking about, I mean, still, it's a pretty dumb argument. But I'm still waiting on these illegal orders that you guys are talking about and why the military should what? Coup? Aren't you guys the one asking for a coup? Because, you know, if the military stopped listening to Trump, that would be a coup. So you guys are the one asking for a coup. Trump is not performing no coup. He's not being a dictator. You guys are the fascists because you don't want to hear anybody else talk but yourselves. And you guys want the coup because you can't see yourself winning. Huh?
An element of the Republican Party believes their political viability hinges on the endorsement of an attempted coup.
And Senator Slotkin, who thinks a lot of herself, tried to justify turning the military against the White House with a series of empty left-wing talking points.
Trump is following the same playbook as almost every authoritarian in history.
Bro, like I said, all right, please give examples. And also, what illegal orders is the military supposed to be ignoring again? I mean, y'all have yet to answer that. I just said, ignore Trump. Like, I'm sorry, but yeah, they can't do that. That's commander-in-chief. That's leader of the military. Sorry. I guess you don't know how that works. So, but if you can just name us some illegal orders that Trump ordered the military to do, I mean, shoot, well, I'll be happy to indulge it. Like, what you want to do? Like the boat strikes in the middle of the ocean? Well, the cartel's now designated a terrorist group, so we can bomb them like they the Houthis now in Yemen. So come on now. Well, where are the illegal orders at?
From everything we've seen so far, the Caribbean strikes, the list of domestic terrorists, military and law enforcement deployments across our American streets, he seems to be laying the groundwork to stay in power. Elections, therefore, could be canceled, or if they happen, he could surround polling places with military and federal law enforcement to intimidate voters. Trump could use the IRS to make it impossible for Democrats to fundraise.
First, these are all lies, every last one of them. Second, even if they weren't lies, the proper remedies for Congress to challenge the president's decision-making is either through the courts, and they're certainly doing that, impeachment, and they'll try that again.
I mean, yeah, they're doing it through the courts and they're losing, taking it to the Supreme Court, and they lose every time. So, yeah, they're kind of losing the faith in the courts or their ability to stop Trump in the courts. They thought the Supreme Court would try to stop Trump. When the Supreme Court's been siding with Trump almost every time, they're honestly trying to go towards the coup option, or I guess they want to start themselves a little insurrection. Like, you never know. But that language, though, that language right now sounds a bit insurrection-y. You might want to calm that down a bit.
Or the ballot box. Better luck next time. But Alyssa and Mark are writing their own rules and playing a very dangerous game here. There are two things that are true here. Number one, the president has no constitutional authority to use the military as his own personal army to rule the country and to then stay in power. And number two, the army must obey the legitimate commands of the civilian commander-in-chief elected by the American people.
Facts.
Now, members of the armed forces are not policymakers. They don't make decisions in the moment about whether they like an order or whether they think it's legal. It's just not how it works. And it's a fact that General Mark Milley seemed to have forgotten when he reached out to reassure the Chinese, remember back in October of 2020, about what would happen after the election. He tried to explain himself to Congress.
With respect to the Chinese calls, my task at that time was to de-escalate. My message again was consistent. Stay calm, steady, and de-escalate. We are not going to attack you.
A lot of white rage there. Well, encouraging the military to think of itself basically as an independent force, not constrained by civilian rule, the president, that's tantamount to encouraging an insurrection. The fact that Democrats can so cavalierly encourage military members to actively defy their commander-in-chief, that just demonstrates that they're either too stupid to know they're encouraging rebellion or they're actively trying to encourage rebellion.
Yep.
And that's blood in the streets. And who then controls the nukes, by the way? This woman? Now, if any member of Congress believes that the military should regard and disregard an order from President Trump, well...
And they're mainly talking about the National Guard. They're mainly talking about, state troops, not the federal troops. Federal troops, no, you're not allowed to use these guys to to pretty much do what the local police is supposed to do. So, yes, the federal military cannot act as domestic police. That's just the way it is. But the National Guard aren't seen as federal military. They're seen as state troops. So there's the difference. And I mean, the only time you really can bring in the federal military is if Trump invokes the Insurrection Act, which hasn't been invoked at all. But the National Guard, now if the right circumstances meet, Trump can send in the National Guard without the governor. But 9 times out of 10, though, you are going to need the governor to bring in the National Guard. And those are state troops. So they can be used to impose, local laws if they want to.
Either now or
if the governor or the president, under special circumstances, wants to.
Should have in the past disregarded an order from President Trump, then that member of Congress needs to come on television, this show or another, and cite the statute or the constitutional provision that has been violated. If they cannot...
That's what I'm saying. It's like, please, you're talking about illegal orders. Please name it. Name the orders that this man is giving out illegally and stop just saying it. Because that's the problem with you Dems. Like, y'all listen to these people and just run with it. Illegal charges, giving illegal charges. Which one? Well, all I heard was illegal charges. They didn't really say which one. But, hey, it's Trump, so it must be right. No. You got, bro, here's the problem. Like I said, it got to be easy being a Democrat politician or a Democrat political pundit because they never really got to explain shit to their base. Like, do you see how this lady could sit here and say illegal orders and y'all will not ask for no details, but y'all will, I bet you tomorrow there'll be people talk about how Trump gives illegal orders without being able to state which one or how or where he's done so. None of it.
Or will not do.
Oh, and shout out to my man, Maine Arbor. He says, we got your number, socialist. Man, hey, man, you got Mandani's number?
Do that in any convincing manner, then they're playing with fire and putting our entire constitutional system at risk. And it's all being done simply to score a few political points. Now, of course, Slotkin is getting huge blowback. And answered her critics on X, saying, "This is the law passed down from our founding fathers to ensure our military upholds its oath to the Constitution, not a king." This is a hateful woman who's only out for her own political brand. Last spring, her bitterness about a second Trump term was on display for all to see.
We're about to turn 250 years old, right? We're still pretty young for a country. These are our like our angry teenage years, right? We are going through this push and pull where we're happy, we're sad, we want this, we want that. And what do you do when you have a teenager who's threatening themselves and others? You just try to get them through this period alive so that their brain can fully form.
Man, look, I was over here looking through the chat, searching for a good argument because people were losing their minds when I pretty much stated, yes, they are technically, the National Guard is technically state troops, not the federal military. So you guys got to kind of get that through your heads and get over to TDS, because what he's doing with the National Guard is not an illegal order. And I mean, let's be real. If it was an illegal order, the National Guards wouldn't have listened to it, because it's their job to ignore those illegal orders. So guess what? That means that order wasn't illegal. Ta-da! You see how that works out? I mean, hey, man, sometimes y'all have a problem with comprehension.
I wonder if she practices being that self-righteous and condescending that she...
I'm weak. Shout out to my man. Shout out to my man Jay. Says nothing worse than a white liberal woman, aka Karen. Yeah, man, they killed me too, bro. They killed me too.
Practice that every day or in front of a mirror? I hope not. Now, this military uprising idea is just another bad act by bad actors and a bad play. Their lines are stale and they're unconvincing. Again, the real threats to democracy are in their party, nudging us toward this military coup, their opposition to voter ID, universal mail-in ballots, of course, vulnerable to fraud, trying to strip Trump's name off the ballot, by the way, defeated unanimously by the Supreme Court. And naturally, Slotkin got that one wrong as well.
But would you be comfortable with a court, not voters, with a court making that decision?
Colorado obviously knew what they were doing when they put this case together. They're trying to push to have this metered out in federal court, and now it will be. It makes sense. Frankly, in Colorado, we've got similar cases going on here in Michigan and other states to let the courts meter this out.
Meter this out? I don't know what she's talking about. It got goose-egged at the court, sweetheart. Now, these people are shameless. No wonder their members think that they can do anything, any undemocratic act with impunity. And that was what hard-left Congressman Chuy Garcia must have thought when he received a vote of disapproval after his sleazy move to bypass the voters to slip in his chief of staff to replace him. It's another anti-democratic move by the defenders of democracy. So these are unserious, dangerous people. They care about one thing: raw power. They will do anything, say anything to convince you in the midterms and the next presidential election to trust them again.
I mean, here's the thing. You can't even trust them to give details. But hey, man, like I say, some people just need to hear that, oh, what, Trump doing something evil again? Okay, I'll believe it. I mean, that's all they go with. I mean, look, people try to say that, oh, you're being ignorant of the facts and all this. How am I being ignorant of the facts? I mean, they're not even filling in the blank. Like, here's the thing. When you talk about illegal charges, and I'm like, well, can you please explain for the people what charges are illegal? And then when you look into it, none of the charges that Trump has told him to do are illegal. So what are they talking about? Why are they trying to encourage the military to turn on Trump for nothing? And actually, they're not really even talking to the military. They're talking to you. Yeah, like, yes, they may have been talking about the military, but they're really talking to you guys because they know the military knows better, but you guys don't. And I'm not talking about all of you. I'm talking about most of you. Most people don't know that what Trump is doing is actually lawful with the National Guard. Most people don't know, as we just proved in the chat, that the National Guard are actually state troops, not federalized military. Most people don't know that. So when she can sit up there and play on the ignorance of most people, hey, it flies. And like I said, she knows she wasn't talking, or like I said, they weren't talking to the military. They were talking to you.
Produce
jobs. Next video. Shout out to Jesse Waters, and then we're gonna go over to the left side of media.
You hear that? Cha-ching.
Under the Trump administration, America is back and America is open for business. In 4 long years, Joe Biden secured less than $1 trillion. In 9 short months.
Oh, yes. And the call-in line is open, guys. Please go ahead. Now, you can either be a naysayer or you can be one of my supporters. Appreciate the support, by the way, guys. But yes, you can go ahead and go onto my main page, hit the post tab, and I'll be happy to have you on as a naysayer or supporter, 5 to 10 minute segments so we can keep the show pushing. All right, guys, let's keep it going.
I've secured $18 trillion to rebuild our factories, create hundreds of thousands of jobs, and bring back those beautiful words, made in America.
The trade deficit's shrinking, the GDP's growing, and you hear that giant sucking sound? We flipped it. All those jobs are being sucked back into America.
We just took a picture backstage with some of the great business leaders and some of the great people, friends of mine from your country, and beautiful picture. And while we were taking the picture, I said, could you make it 1.5 trillion? So he's got something to think about.
The Saudis went from fist bumps with Biden to cash dumps with Trump. That'll produce jobs, jobs, jobs.
And shout out to my man Daniel Castro. He says, gonna be a long 3 years. Dems, yeah, it is. Gonna be a long 3 year, Dem losers. Study up. Yeah, you best study up, because how about this? Let me tell you the four times where Trump can actually, yes, use the National Guard and bring him into the city, which you guys say is what? An illegal order, right? So 1, state-controlled National Guard. 2, if the Insurrection Act is invoked by the president in extreme situations, of course. And then 3, the Coast Guard. And then 4, certain military bases and federal property where military police handle security. If I give you a good example, Wright-Patterson Air Force Base. That's a pretty good example, because you can even catch military police patrolling around the Air Force Base where it'll even just pull over your average citizen. And when you get pulled over by military police, oh man, it's way worse than getting pulled over by regular police. I'll tell you that. And they look a lot more intimidating as well.
GE Aerospace will soon be delivering dozens of new airplane engines for 787 Dreamliners in Saudi Arabia's commercial fleet. Big order. It was a big order just secured. Every new job and every new factory created by these announcements builds up our middle class and really strengthens the industrial backbone of America.
Soon the whole world's going to be boarding 787s to come kiss the ring of the king. Just kidding. No kings. And throw back champagne in the big, beautiful ballroom. Because last night's soiree in the teeny-weeny East Room was a little too cramped for these ballers. The dinner was so hot, the prince left his tux at the embassy.
Someone told me that there is in some of the bidding sites that they're bidding on me wearing black suits. And if you bid on me wearing black suits, I'm coming here with the black suits, they're going to get almost 17x. So I want to tell them, sorry, you lose the bid. Maybe next time.
Big balls wasn't there, but the next best thing was Ronaldo.
This room is loaded up with the biggest leaders in the world, business, sports. You know, my son is a big fan of Ronaldo, wherever Ronaldo is here. Ronaldo. And Barron got to meet him, and I think he respects his father a little bit more now, just the fact that I introduced you.
Ronaldo got a tour of the White House. I'm sure after Trump showed him the B-2 bomber models in the Oval, he took him into the alcove where Clinton and Lewinsky played hacky sack. And guess who else was there? Elon Musk. It's been a minute. Ronaldo took a selfie with him during cocktails. Trump said, "What's up, Musk?" when he rolled into dinner. I wonder if Elon crashed in his old office like the good old times back in the Doge days before Elon said Trump was in the Epstein files. I guess he was kind of right, but not in that way. But either way, water under the bridge.
They got the worst policy. I don't talk about it too much because if I talk about it, they might change. I tell people, don't talk about it. Wait till 2 weeks before the election and hit the hell out of them. Right? We talked about that, right, Elon?
So the boys are back? Maybe. Trump still wants to hear one more thing.
We're giving them a deduction on the interest if they buy a nice Tesla car and they borrow the money. You're so lucky I'm with you, Elon. I'll tell you, has he ever thanked me properly? but I'm giving them a deduction. Now, Elon would like to have it differently. A deduction only if you buy a Tesla, right?
Trump's not here to make war, just money. He only hates people who keep him from making it, like the Fed chair. Too late, Jerome. Trump wants him axed. And he asked Bessent to be the hatchet man.
The only thing Scott's blowing it on is the Fed. Because the Fed, the rates are too high, Scott. And if you don't get it fixed fast, I'm going to fire your ass.
Trump has a soft side, too. It breaks his heart when you go green.
Some of these countries that are losing their ass, we have countries that are going bankrupt because they're putting windmills all over the place. You're supposed to make money with energy, not lose money.
Money is Trump's favorite word. But the P word's clocking in at a close second. Peace. A peace agreement between Russia and Ukraine could come as soon as this week. Axios reports Witkoff hammered it out with Moscow and hinted Ukraine better take it. The White House says, as for the rest of Europe, we don't really care about the Europeans. So diplomatic. Trump's doing so much for peace that we have Nicki Minaj speaking at the United Nations.
Yeah, Nicki Minaj actually, I mean, shout out to Nicki Minaj for this, and this will be the rare time you see me shout out a rapper, but yeah, shout out to Nicki Minaj for actually speaking out against the Christian genocide going on in Nigeria. Shout out, sis. I mean, way to go, Nicki. You're still pretty effing crazy, but shout out to Nicki Minaj.
I'd like to thank President Trump for prioritizing this issue and for his leadership on the global stage and calling for urgent action to
Wait, did you just say what? Say what? Thank Trump. Wait, a black rapper, one of the biggest black rappers in history, well, in this generation, is thanking Trump. Oh, let's go. I mean, hey, I love to hear it. I love to hear it. And especially for this cause. Once again, shout out Nicki Minaj for bringing light to this cause. And especially since she's talking about it, you're going to start hearing more people in the black community talk about it. Because a lot of people don't know that there is this genocide going on in Nigeria. About 125,000 plus not Christian Nigerians have been killed due to this Islamic radical group in Nigeria. Boko Haram, I believe. Boko Haram. That's the name of the group, I believe.
defend Christians in Nigeria.
Nikki's ultra mega. You know who else is? Toyota. The Toyota CEO showed up to a NASCAR event in Japan rocking a Trump Vance shirt and a MAGA hat. Kind of weird, but the whole world somehow America first. And America, just like McDonald's, we're loving it.
Approve of Trump on foreign policy at this point in term one.
I'm not gonna lie. When you got the owner of Toyota, pretty much, well, as we would say in the black community, dripped out in MAGA gear. Hey, I mean, whose side you think he on at this point? I mean, it sounds like he might be doing some good things for us. He got the hat on, he got the shirt on. Things are looking good. Well, as far as when it comes to American support. And, you know, for those of you who say, oh, we're a laughing stock around the world. Well, an international businessman is wearing our merchandise. The South, what was it? I believe it's the South Korean leader or South Korean president has a bunch of Trump memorabilia. Shoot, how are we the laughing stock of the world again?
Loving it.
Approve of Trump on foreign policy at this point in term one. Look, Donald Trump was just at a 35%.
And shout out to my man, Original Gamer, bro. How's it going, bro?
Man, it's going good. I'm about to have the wife home live in a second. I just got to troubleshoot and help her out.
All right, perfect. So, wait, you want me to go ahead and wait? You want to give some commentary real quick or anything you want to say?
Yeah, this is the man, the meme, the legend, the original Backyard Gaming.
Hey, that's all I like to hear.
Approval rating up like a rocket. We're talking about 43% now. That's an 8-point rise. On the net approval rating, we're talking about a double-digit rise. The American people like much more of what they're seeing from Donald Trump in foreign policy in term two.
The country knows we have a fighter in the Oval. Trump's not going to the octagon. They're bringing the octagon to him.
The card that people expect to be at the White House. That's what I'm going to put together.
So it's going to be packed.
Trump versus Biden. It's always about the fans. What do the fans want to see and what would get everybody excited? I mean, the fighters are literally going to walk from the Oval Office.
Really?
Yeah. I mean, if you're a fighter, yeah, they're going to walk from the Oval Office.
Oh man, well shout out to UFC 350. I mean, I can't wait to watch that because I heard they're gonna try to do it with if you're not a UFC fan, I guess you can ignore the names, but Alex Pereira and John Jones. If they do those two, oh my goodness.
Bro, they've been trying to do them two for a hot minute.
I know, but if they can do it for the UFC and at the White House, oh my god, it'd just be so perfect.
That shit would go crazy.
Man. And shout out Laughable Panda. Whoop. Think the mic a little bit, mic echoing a little bit.
Pass a couple executive orders. Fighters in the Oval. Teddy Roosevelt would be so proud. Biden thought he.
Oh, guys, and if you're a disagreeer and you want to go ahead and I guess poke holes in my logic or whatever, please feel free. Go to the main page, post tab, hit that StreamYard link, and I'll bring you on right on here.
He was a fighter, but he spent more time fighting a.
I'm talking to you, Chris. Yes, you, Chris. I'm talking to you.
Off.
Get up here, Chris.
He loves fighters, always has. The Democrats know it, and they're not even in the ring.
Democrats, if we are going to deal with the onslaught from the White House, need to A, have a plan, and B, get a little more alpha energy into our leadership.
That's hilarious and rich coming from them.
I mean, we're talking about the alpha energy, bro. Chuck Schumer and Hakeem Jeffries are afraid of AOC. You guys are being cucked out by the radical liberal women of the left. Please, there is no more alpha energy for you guys. I mean, it's maybe the women, but not the guys.
Stop! Don't say that. You might offend them. They're gonna scream at you.
Bro, they're gonna scream, cry, and complain about what the facts that they love. Actually, you know what, Dems? Let's be honest. You guys are running behind the women every single time. AOC, Jasmine Crockett, this lady here. So let's be honest. Where is the alpha energy in the men? I mean, it seems like y'all following a bunch of women. I mean, when is that? Okay, maybe I should have lit. No, F it. I'm gonna finish the sentence. When has that ever led to anything good?
Well, I'm gonna be honest with you. The reason why they don't have alpha energy is because they convinced all of them to chop their balls off.
Yeah, it's really hard to promote alpha energy when you guys were promoting castrating of men. Or, oh man, I remember they were also the ones when it came to the whole, oh no, men should start getting more vasectomies and all that good stuff. And I'm like, no, why is it always you guys that go for the castrating of men, children, but then promote all the LGBTQ anti-family stuff? Like, come on, man. Like, why is that always you guys?
They fed into the 1984 and the Brave New World agenda where they basically got fed that, hey, it's okay to demasculate a society and nothing bad will happen. Said every warmonger ever.
And shout out Laughable Panda. How's it going?
It's going pretty good. Sorry, I had a whole bunch of stuff going on, and the mic just kind of did like feedback with his mic.
Oh, no, you're good. All right. But did you have anything to say, or?
So there's just been a whole lot of like, I'm looking back at these like past couple months, and I'm seeing like all this like trans messaging, and they're like, hey, we're gonna really push this towards the kids, and I don't think that's right.
Yeah, trust me, it's not right. But here's the worst part about it is that they try to hide the atrocities that they've been allowing to happen. And what I mean by the atrocities is when they allow these guys to walk into female spaces and they pretend like there's nothing wrong with that, and they pretend like there hasn't been crime committed by this group of people on women. And this is not the bash all transgender. I'm not saying that all transgenders are out there to hurt women, but when you allow some of these guys into women's spaces, yeah, like the more duplicitous ones tend to go out there and hurt women. They tend to take advantage of these so-called, pretty much, I would say, social loopholes to allow them to get close to these women that they abuse.
100%. I mean, I've always been on the stance like they should not be in women's spaces. They should have their own league. And apparently when I say that, it's transphobic, but I'm like, it's to protect them and
Well,
us.
let's be real. Their league would be in the circus, sadly. So, place I see that going.
Somebody else in the comments literally just said, hold on, let me get it because it's pretty funny. This dude G-Day said the only reason Dems support us is because trans people make pharmaceutical companies more money, and pharmaceutical companies are Dem lobbyists.
Now that is true. Yeah, because a lot of these when they're going through their transitioning, they got to be on a lot of medications, and who makes money from that? So pretty much, you just became a pharmaceutical slave off the indoctrination given to you by what the liberal agenda to make you want to be trans. Now you're popping pills left and right to maintain this trans identity, and that's why a lot of these people commit suicide. Sadly,
I used to work for pharma, and it was just a lot of keeping people sick, so then you keep getting the medicine, so then you keep getting sicker, so you keep getting more medicine.
and that's the truth. I mean, it's way easier to do the treatment than the cure.
Mm-hmm.
And Maine, how's it going, dog? You said you got something for this.
Yeah, I do. On the queer and trans thing. So what the whole thing that the queer thing is behind is socialism. Basically, they want to get rid of what they call the quote unquote white capitalist family. And it's really an attack on capitalism. If they can clear out all the social normities, things like that, it makes it easier to collapse the system.
All right. Now, all right, guys, we're going to go ahead and get over to the next video here because we're going to get to talking about ICE. Actually, let's close out on this one, and then we're going to get over to ICE.
Okay, a little more alpha energy.
The Democrats don't fight for Americans. They fight Trump or they fight each other.
Literally.
Van Jones is getting cannibalized.
Damn, bro, bugging.
Jesus. I mean,
He
like,
said,
look,
shut
bro.
the fuck up. I'm like, yo.
Look, I'm all about the Palestinian plight myself, but you're not going to see me getting that, like, I don't know, hysterical about it. Like, what? I'm not going to go to a politician, either like Republican or Democrat, and be like, you're killing them. You're killing them. Like, no, that's doing way too much. And it kind of like delegitimizes your position, to be quite honest. Like, come on.
My homeboy grabbed her whole face and like shoved it.
I mean, he is coming a little crazy right now. He is acting a little bit crazy.
I mean,
go ahead.
Like they're saying Gazans are starving, Gazans are starving, but what about the American people where the money is supposed to go?
I mean, that is true. And that's honestly like one of the main critiques right now that's going on, well, in MAGA about Trump, is that he's spending too much time worrying about what's going on. And not just Trump, really the entire Republican Party spending too much time worrying about what's going on overseas in Ukraine, Israel, or Palestine, however you want to say it, or in Venezuela. And we need to start focusing on what's happening here in America. Or I do believe that, yeah, the Republican Party will lose the midterms if they're focusing too much on foreign policy.
Well, it's like I said the other day. They got comfortable after Trump's victory, and now they feel like they can take a breather, when instead they actually need to challenge the Democrats on what affordability actually looks like.
Literally, because I mean, like I said, and shout out to that website that I keep bringing up, if they'd just lined it up and be like, look, these red states, due to their leadership, they're paying way less than these blue states. Sadly, there's like a 20% difference in pricing when it comes to groceries and when it comes to red states and blue states. So you're going to be paying 20 to 30% less in groceries in red states. So it always did it always did baffle me when I'm hearing these guys talking about rising prices, and I'm over here in my beautiful red state of Ohio going like, I have no idea what you guys are talking about. So, hey. And that's not me trying to be inconsiderate. That's just me honestly just realizing where I live, there's going to be different prices than where you live. Now, 20 to 30% difference is a problem, but hey, man, you might want to talk to your leadership about that.
Well, I mean, at the end of the day, when your leadership just straight up doesn't care about you, i.e., New York or California, this is when we need government intervention.
All right.
Causes are starving because of people like Banjo.
Oh, God. Democrats need to fix their party before they fix the country. Trump made it rain in Saudi Arabia with money and had dinner with Musk, Ronaldo, and Mrs. Ronaldo. And Nicki Minaj is our new UN ambassador.
I'm crying.
Kamala couldn't even sell herself. No way she could sell America. All can she sell is a book about how she lost.
We're here with Auntie Madam Vice President in Nashville. So excited for tonight's book talk.
It's great to be back with you, Justin. The power's with the people. Everybody make sure you vote.
Kamala took a break from her DEI book tour and hit the campaign trail. No one asked her to campaign in Virginia and New Jersey and New York, so she grabbed the bullhorn like Reverend Al and went buck wild in Tennessee.
The power wins. The people. The power wins. The people.
Is Kamala ready to get back inside that octagon and trade blows with Greasy for the nom?
Nope.
Or is she still unburdened by what has been?
With all that you know to be possible, all that you know can be, unburdened, as you know I say, by what has been, but seeing what can be.
Kamala's
Is
new
it just
line,
me or does she
100
want to sound like
days
Gandhi?
wasn't-
I'm weak. I mean, she's trying to be this unifier in the background, but it's not really working because, like, she's not really a good speaker. To be quite honest, like AOC, Jasmine Crockett would have been better speakers than her.
Keep that bitch off the fucking post. I don't like Jasmine Crockett with a burning passion.
Now, bro, and I feel you on it, and I feel you, but as terms as being a good speaker, I mean, they're way better than Kamala. When it comes to answering questions, I mean, look, nobody's a better spin master than Kamala Harris. I'll tell you that one right now.
I would rather listen to Kamala Harris' brain rot than hear a second of Jasmine Crockett's voice.
All right, yeah, I'll give you that one. I'll give you that.
Enough
Won't go that far.
Was 107 days just not feasible in terms of what you had to do?
It wasn't enough time.
Plain and simple.
It wasn't enough time. Yeah.
Kamala
Wow.
was VP for 4 years. 107 days was enough. Donors lost.
Nah, not really. I'll even give Kamala that excuse. Like Joe Biden said, dropped out way sooner. But hey, they don't want to give her the excuse, but I'll give it to her. It's 107 days. Yeah, that's not enough time to just gather up a whole voting base, to be quite honest. And then the way they did it without no primaries, without actually letting the Democrat base feel like they actually picked Kamala, kind of, turned a lot of people to, honestly, to our side, or just made them go straight independent. Because you can't be crying about democracy, then skirt democracy right in front of everybody's faces.
Yeah, but she had a whole lot of money. She spent the most amount of money during her campaign, so that should have made up for her time that she had.
Yeah, but the money, that's the thing. The money doesn't really give her influence. It gives her great commercials. I mean, it gives her great, resources for when it comes to campaigning, but it really does depend on the person, though. I mean, you could put all the money in the world behind, somebody, but if they're a bad candidate, man, it's done. Ain't really nothing too much you could do.
You're just being burdened by what is instead of being unburdened by what has been.
Yeah, we all want to be unburdened by what has been, which was Kamala Harris.
$2 billion. With Trump, we scored 18 trillion. Now, I'm not that great at math, but America won.
Want even more Fox News on YouTube? Become a Fox News.
But all right, now let's get over to something that's going to kind of piss off the libs a little bit, because we're going to get into ICE. Yes, ICE. The ICE director decided to come out on Fox News and share some of his thoughts about what's been going on with ICE and the rhetoric around ICE.
Todd Lyons for more on this. So one of the latest examples of inflammatory rhetoric coming from the Democrats was as a result of the new operations in Charlotte. It was from North Carolina's Governor Josh Stein. Listen to what he said here.
We've seen masked, heavily armed agents in paramilitary garb driving unmarked cars, targeting American citizens based on their skin color, racially profiling and picking up random people in parking lots and off of our sidewalks, going after landscapers simply decorating a Christmas tree in someone's front yard, and entering churches and stores to grab people.
I know that it's CBP mostly that's involved in Operation Charlotte's Web, but do you want to respond to the governor there?
Oh, it's ridiculous. You know, CBP and ICE are out there doing a dual law enforcement mission. And the thing is that people just aren't understanding that because they're so opposed politically. And you should never politicize law enforcement. And that's what they're doing. And the more of this rhetoric that goes on is putting the target on the men and women of ICE and Customs and Border Protection.
Like, bro, the thing is, you can do the same thing to gang members. Well, these gang members there are children, there are family members. You can't lock up the gangs, even though they're causing all the violence in your community, but don't lock them up. There are neighbors. You see, I can make the same
You
argument.
gotta lynch them. Fuck locking them up. Lynch them.
God damn. But that's gamer though. But you guys kind of see where you're going with this type of language.
And in terms of the target that is on their backs or their fronts, for that matter, a lot of the attacks are now coming from vehicles. We saw in Charlotte over a couple of days a van that tried to run down CBP officials as they were making a stop. They had to chase that van through a neighborhood, a dangerous high-speed chase. Eventually, they caught the driver, and then not long after, I think it was the next day, another driver tried to run them down. So here are the stats. And this is really incredible. So far, since January 20th.
I mean, they're literally crashing out into ICE vehicles. Well,
but I want to point out something that even some people in the comment section are saying. Yeah, ICE has found a lot of the human traffic and broken up a lot of human trafficking rings. As a matter of fact, when I was deployed, we knew, and I'm saying this because I couldn't do anything about it because of where I was deployed to. There's just nothing I can do about it. We heard down the grapevine that there was human trafficking and human smuggling, not just from South America, but there were African and Chinese and freaking Indian and Kazakhstani and Russian girls being trafficked through Africa to Rio de Janeiro, Brazil, and parts of Uruguay and Colombia, especially, as well as Venezuela, up to the Americas. And the fact that ICE is doing what they're doing, like, yeah, it may be uncomfortable to watch, but from coming out of that position, bro, I rather them get processed, have paperwork, and sent back than for them to be in this country, no paperwork, no one knows who they are, where they came from, or what language they speak, and be subject to any and every predator known to man.
Yeah, guys, and let me remind you by playing this clip right here of the hypocrisy.
There's a legal way to do it, so you don't have to sneak across in the first place.
We do not think the comprehensive health care benefits should be extended to those who are undocumented workers and illegal aliens. We do not want to do anything to encourage more illegal immigration into this country. We know now that too many people come in for medical care as it is. We certainly don't want them having the same benefits that American citizens are entitled to have.
Every place in this country are rightly disturbed by the large numbers of illegal aliens entering our country. The jobs they hold might otherwise be held by citizens or legal immigrants. The public service they use impose burdens on our taxpayers. That's why our administration has moved aggressively to secure our borders more, by hiring a record number of new border guards, by deporting twice as many criminal aliens as ever before, by cracking down on illegal hiring, by barring welfare benefits for illegal aliens.
Even as we are a nation of immigrants, we're also a nation of laws. Undocumented workers broke our immigration laws, and I believe that they must be held accountable, especially those who may be dangerous. That's why over the past 6 years, deportations of criminals are up 80%. And that's why we're going to keep focusing enforcement resources on actual threats to our security.
But then they fought for everybody to keep the borders open, and then everybody on the left got mad when everybody else said, no, we want these borders closed because it's a danger to us and it's messing with our economy and messing with the benefits for everybody else.
Yeah, but as even Hillary Clinton explained, yeah, these illegals come over here and they are a burden on, well, our social services, even though liberals don't want to admit it, but this is what it is. This is the fact of the matter.
And just a fair point, Obama lied about all kinds of things. He was like the first socialist president we had, and that's kind of where all this started off.
But all right, now let's go ahead and get into these vehicle attacks against CPB and ICE. Okay, we got 71 vehicular attacks against CBP, and then we got 28 vehicular attacks against ICE since January 20th. So what is going on with these guys?
They're just retarded, bro. A lot of it is just. Now, sorry to sound so brash, but if you look at what's going on in Portland, Oregon, it kind of spread to California, and now it's spreading to Chicago, and now it's going to spread to New York. And this is a systematic takedown of American law and order and justice. Look, I understand that you don't like the fact that illegal immigrants are being forcibly removed from the country. And yeah, I could even see, because I'm not so jaded that I can just say, oh, I don't see your point. Yeah, I can see how it would be very gut-wrenching to watch a family or a child that's just trying to go to school get yanked up by law enforcement. At the same time, we have to enforce it unilaterally. So if we don't enforce it because of this special case, that means that we can't enforce it at all because everybody will be claiming said special case. Exactly. We have a right way, we have a wrong way. Like I said, I've been all over the world, so I can speak to this. Only in the United States can you just claim asylum and just walk in. Even the most liberal countries that people love to go to, like Sweden, Denmark, Norway, Poland, they will leave your ass outside that gate if you don't have the right paperwork a year in advance.
As they should. And man,
I can see what they're doing, what he's doing. I can see it, I feel it. He's cooking.
Get out.
71 vehicular attacks against CBP, a 58% increase over the same period last year. 28 vehicular attacks against ICE in the same time period, a 1,300% increase over the year before. This is very, very dangerous, but it's becoming a regular occurrence.
It's extremely dangerous, and I guarantee we're over 100 right now. I was out in our Washington field office yesterday on 3 operations, and we had a gentleman that struck 2 of our vehicles just while we were out there. And go figure, he had charges of fleeing police and 3-time DUI and being a prior deported alien.
Wow.
So the rhetoric is really bad because when people use a vehicle, it's a deadly weapon. You have a 2-ton instrument being used against law enforcement, all because law enforcement's out there doing their sworn duty and sworn mission. What it is, it's really putting people at risk. Not only is it putting my men and women at risk, but just the public itself. Because when people inject themselves into a law enforcement operation or inject themselves to arrest, they're putting themselves in harm's way, but they're using a deadly weapon against law enforcement.
And in some of these protest rallies that we've seen, people are bringing their own weapons, as we saw in Broadview, Illinois, which really ups the danger. Speaking of Broadview, the mayor there has declared a state of emergency. This is what the mayor said. Since ICE's Midway Blitz and the subsequent intensifying protests began, the serious, incredible bomb and death threats and the threat to disrupt village government has left me with no alternative but to declare a civil emergency in Broadview. Is that ICE's fault? Or is it the fault of people who are in opposition to what ICE is doing, who are organizing these protests and encouraging people to do things like ram your vehicles?
You know, it's 100% on those individuals that are protesting. And, you know, for the mayor to declare a city emergency right now, they could have done this earlier. They could have came to our help when we actually called Broadview Police Department in the Illinois.
Oh, and shout out to I Am Iron Man for sending in the 30 joules, the clutch, and shout out to Jim Thomas for sending in the 100 for 2 joules. Appreciate the support, guys.
State Police, when we were getting attacked with rocks thrown at it when protesters, just for doing our mission, even before Midway Blitz actually ramped up. So now they're kind of having to deal with what we've had to deal with, right? That you have people so opposed to a law enforcement mission that they're calling in bomb threats, death threats, you know, and we deal with that every day. But now they're seeing it from our point of view that we have to deal with all the time.
I want to ask you quickly about this. This is not so much a law enforcement as it is a court issue, but Judge James Boasberg here in D.C. is ready to take back jurisdiction of the case in which all these Venezuelans were transferred by ICE to El Salvador. He can't get them back because they've now all been transferred to Venezuela, where they came from. But he is going to take up the issue of whether or not ICE is in contempt of his order when he said, don't send them to El Salvador. What do you say about all that?
You know, we can't really talk about ongoing litigation, especially right now. But what I would say is that we have so many judges that have their own interpretation of the law. in a lot of cases. And all ICE is trying to do is actually enforce the Immigration Nationality Act the way it's written. So, if people don't like the way we're doing law enforcement mission or enforcing immigration enforcement, it's on Congress. They write the laws. They codify it. We'll go ahead and change how they will. But right now, we're enforcing the law the way it's written.
Yeah, I mean, it's that building just across the street where all of this comes out of, right?
Correct.
Right. Todd, good to see you. Thanks for taking the time to drop by.
Thanks for having me.
And all right, now we're going to go ahead and go over to the next video with our guy, Sean Hannity. And then we're going to take a trip over to the left side of media.
Well, so I'm sorry, but these are not protests. These are riots. In the 60s, we were hosing people down for a whole lot less. And everybody is getting mad that they're using rubber bullets now. Have you ever been hit by a pressure washer before, even accidentally? That stuff hurts, and they were using full-on fire hoses back in the 60s.
I mean, you did say we like you were there, so.
But I get, but yeah, we get what you're saying, Panda. But you're right. I will say that. But here's the problem, though. Everybody's gonna be a snowflake about it because they're trying to demonize these people. So we just got to take what they're saying with a grain of salt. Now, would the Dems take it with a grain of salt? Of course not. But we kind of have to. I mean, if you really think about it, the type of protesting they're doing is agitating. I'm not sure. And if they would just sit there on the sidelines and yell their slogans, nothing would happen. But they're literally trying to get in the way of law enforcement. And they don't understand how that can low-key put them in harm's way.
It's not they don't understand. They full on understand. And it's deliberate impedance of law enforcement carrying out their civil duties. To be quite honest, the way that I feel about it, in the way that I was taught in the service, you get in my way, you're tasting the pavement, and you're missing a few teeth in the process. I'm going to make an example out of you.
I can respect that. All right, now let's go ahead and get into this one. Promise made, promise kept. Let's see where this goes.
Tonight, major momentum for President Trump. He is keeping his promises, outperforming his predecessors. Look at this poll that came out. Coming up, we'll have full highlights from his busy day in Washington. Plus, we're going to take you live to North Carolina, where more anti-ICE demonstrations, they are still underway. It's not stopping. Also, Texas Governor Greg Abbott is combating radical Islam in the Lone Star State. Two very important new terror designations in that state. And is it possible Sharia courts currently exist in the state of Texas? The governor will answer that question. And guess what? She's back. America's least favorite loser, Kamala Harris, back on the campaign trail. But we begin tonight with what some are calling an attempted coup, led by 6 Democratic lawmakers. Now, we first showed you the tape last night. Here's a reminder. Take a look.
This administration is pitting our uniformed military
and intelligence community professionals
against American citizens. Like us, you all swore an oath
to protect and defend this Constitution.
Right now, the threats to our Constitution aren't just coming from abroad, but from right here at home.
Our laws are clear. You can refuse illegal orders.
You can refuse illegal orders.
You must refuse illegal orders.
Now, without citing any, quote, unlawful orders, Democratic lawmakers are telling members of our military, the U.S. military, and our intelligence community to rise up and defy your elected president, the United States Commander-in-Chief, Donald J. Trump, reassuring service members, people in the intel community, they will have their backs. Now, today, our very own Martha McCallum asked one of these lawmakers, Jason Crow, to explain this bizarre video. The congressman responded a pretty vile way, trying and attempting to smear
If you will,
personal attacks.
let me read the oath of enlistment for the people who haven't had the privilege of becoming government property. Can you still hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you, brother. Go ahead. Hold on, I think his mic went out. Yep, the mic went out.
Yeah, I won't be able to read, but basically,
Here, let me go down to him so he can read it from my account.
Now,
sorry, I'm walking.
But he said he needs to read something off. All right, let me know when.
Look at this.
Well, that's unfortunate that in politics these days.
Oh, they're good over there. All right.
People grab something and twist it and contort it and lie.
Some might say that
make it into
you have
something
grabbed
it's
something
not.
and twisted it and contorted it. You have, you're talking to young members of the American military, and you're not telling them specifically what it is they
Hey,
should
Seth.
see as illegal.
You.
All right, here is the official United States oath of enlistment. I do solemnly swear or promise that I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States against all enemies, foreign and domestic, that I will bear truth, faith, and allegiance to the same, and that I will obey the orders of the President of the United States and the orders of the officers appointed over me according to the regulations and the Uniform Code of Military Justice, so help me God. So for all the idiots in the comments that are saying, and these idiots on the news network that are saying, oh, well, remember your oath, that is the oath.
Man. Yeah, and that's one thing they don't want to admit.
So you're putting ideas into their head that maybe they're being asked to do something illegal. And what we're seeing actually is recruitment rising and people wanting to join the military under the president.
Here's an interesting fact for you, Martha. Our men and women actually are very smart, very incredible men and women in our military. And
you don't
a
have
recent
to tell
survey,
me that.
well, apparently I do.
No, you don't, sir. I have great respect for the United States military.
You actually disparage them when you say that, a simple reminder is something they cannot handle.
You're wrong. You're 100% wrong. I didn't disparage them in any way. In fact, I give them enormous credit.
Hold on, bro. That's actually what you were kind of saying. But let's go back to the beginning of this whole conversation, because you could tell it went left somewhere.
I'd say that you have grabbed something and twisted it and contorted it. You have, you're talking to young members of the American military, and you're not telling them specifically what it is they should see as illegal. So you're putting ideas into their head that maybe they're being asked to do something illegal. And what we're seeing actually is recruitment rising and people wanting to join the military under the president.
Here's an interesting fact for you, Martha. Our men and women actually are very smart, very incredible men and women in our military. And
you don't
a
have
recent
to tell
survey,
me that.
Yeah, and this is one thing that's very pathetic that the Dems do. They equate their ideology to intelligence. They're saying, well, you're not intelligent if you don't think like me. You're not smart if you don't believe in how I believe. It's like, and that's just how it is. They honestly equate intelligence to their political belief. And the way he's framing it is, well, you must not be a smart person if you don't think that you're taking illegal orders. And I believe that you guys are smart people. So of course you got to agree with me, right?
And this is why I read the oath of enlistment before you started the video, because there is no military allegiance in the DOJ, Department of Homeland Security, or any other military apparatus that states we have to follow this specific president's orders or another specific president's orders. It says the president, period. And if it's unlawful, then there are articles in the Uniform Code of Military Justice that straight up tells us we can say, go fuck the president, fuck the officer above us. We don't have to do it. And people who never served in the military don't know that. And it kind of pisses me off when they open their mouth like they even had a pair to begin with to put their name on that dotted line.
Man, and honestly, I just hate the snarkiness of it. It's just like, wow. So you're just gonna frame it as if, oh well, if you don't think you're taking illegal charges, or illegal orders, then you just must not be smart. Then, you're kind of he's pretty much calling anybody who don't believe in what he's saying an idiot. Okay, bro, okay. And then the way he's cleaning it up is, well, the smart guys believe that they're taking unlawful orders. So if you're not one of those guys, I'm sorry, but you must be dumb. And that's the way the Dems roll. Like I said, it's somehow and it's smart. I'm not even gonna lie, it is kind of smart the way they did it. They do equate intelligence to their political belief. Like I said, if you don't believe like them, then you must be something wrong with you. You must be dumb, you must be uneducated, all that and more.
I mean,
apparently I
if you look at most military members, not all, most military members, do they lean more left or right? Because I'm gonna say, as somebody who used to be severely left leaning, it was when I went into the military that I like really saw things for how they were, and then like I'm telling you, boot camp, you go in a Democrat, you're gonna come out a Republican because you don't want anybody to take away the freedom that you have when you have little.
I mean, here's the thing. I remember when they were trying to call working out a conservative right-wing thing, and I'm just like, well, what do you think people in the military doing on a everyday basis? Working out.
Not even that. The rest of the world doesn't want to be fat with diabetes.
I mean, that too. I know he like nowadays, like the policy on that got a little lax, thanks to Hegseth, he's about to tighten that back up. But yeah, let's be honest. When it does come to where the military politically aligns, come on now. We're talking about guys who believe in the Second Amendment as well. So I'm not really sure if you guys want to call upon the military, who does seem to have mostly conservative values, for your liberal agenda of trying to start off or trying to pop off a coup.
I mean, there is a reason why the First Amendment is freedom of speech and the second is to bear arms.
I mean, hey, ain't that the truth? Now, shout out to Bobby. Shout out to my man Bobby. He says, Donald Trump literally calls everyone low IQ. I mean, everybody calls everybody low IQ. Let's be honest. It's almost like the new thing to say. Or room temperature IQ. But wait, hold on. And here's the thing. I mean, he only responded to Jasmine Crockett when she called him low IQ and Elon Musk, which was hilarious. Of all people calling people low IQ. But
I haven't heard Maine talk in a while. What you got to say, Maine?
Oh, I'm here. I'm also trying to also mod the chat a bit. But first off, thank you very much, both of you, for your service. I didn't serve myself, but every person in my family for about the last 350 years on this continent did. And it's just, I really don't have a lot of input compared to what you guys do on some of these topics.
Oh, yeah, I let them take it away. They got the experience on that note. I got family members, but hey, all I know is what they tell me. And I ain't experienced it, so I can only know so much or only go off so much. All right, back to it. Oh, yeah. And and shout out to Laughable Panda and my man Gaming.
No, you don't.
Appreciate y'all service.
It's an interesting fact for you, Martha. Our men and women actually are very smart, very incredible men and women in our military. And
you don't have to tell me that.
Well, apparently I do.
No, you don't, sir. I have great respect for the United States military.
You actually disparage them when you say that a simple reminder is something they cannot handle.
You're wrong. You're 100% wrong.
A simple reminder is something that they can't handle. I mean, let's be real. If they're thinking that what you're saying is truthful, then yes, they would need a simple reminder. But most likely, most of them aren't even hearing what you're trying to say and are thinking that you're the one who's sounding dumb and you're the one that's trying to disparage them by confusing what it means to be a soldier. Well, to them, of course.
I mean, okay. So what everybody's thinking is an unlawful order is actually very much a lawful order. And so there's no order that can legally be given if it breaks the law of the military or civilian law. And on top of that, if the order is lawful and it goes against a higher ups lawful order, the higher ups lawful order comes first. So the president's order comes before an admiral or petty officer. Okay? Like admiral will come 100% before the petty officer, but everybody forgets that.
I mean, trust me, everybody in the chat thinking that they know what an illegal order is, or they're just assuming, and that's the problem. It's like, you know what? Maybe the them shaming tactics are actually working on people. They gotta be, because there's no way people will walk in here thinking that they know what an unlawful order is, trying to tell two military people that they're wrong, but they're just explaining it to you guys. And you're still trying to say that, oh, y'all don't know what y'all talking about. I mean, please tell us y'all military experience before you try to say that before you guys try to say that they don't know what they're talking about. I would love to hear the military experience that some of you guys got in the chat. All right, let's get back to it. And until somebody can refute what they saying, come up here with the facts. I would suggest you sit on your fingers and listen to what they got to say.
I didn't disparage them in any way. In fact, I give them enormous credit.
You don't think they can handle reminders about their legal obligations?
I think they
These men and women certainly can handle it.
Checkmate, Martha McCallum. I'll say there. And by the way, he was rude, vile, interruptive, and he wasn't telling the truth. The language they used that we just played for you, there was no ambiguity in that language, what they were asking the intel community to do and our military to do. In case you're looking for more clarity, well, let's go to Stephen Miller. The video put out by Crow and the other 5 lawmakers is not just incredibly brazen, it also is deeply illegal. Listen to what he says.
Oh, also,
it is insurrection.
Go ahead.
So, sorry that I'm having you pause so much.
Oh, you're good.
Let's back it up a little bit. He said that you're disparaging the military by saying that a gentle reminder or a reminder is something they can't handle. What makes him think that they need a reminder in the first place when they're living this?
Hey, that's the condescendingness of the Democrats or the liberals. It's like they're just so condescending. It's like I don't even think they realize it sometimes how off-putting their condescendingness is. It's just like it's revolting, but that's really how condescending they are. They will sit there to a military person and tell you that you don't know what an illegal order is, and they'll try to explain it to you as if you haven't been briefed on this, at least at the beginning of your military journey or your deployment or whatever.
So I put in the chat, like on StreamYard, an actual PDF of the Uniform Code of Military Justice. And just so that everybody in the chat can get a good idea, scroll down to Articles 90, 91, and 92, and read those aloud so people got a good reference.
Good article. 91, all right, I'm gonna go search in the background instead of doing it live, but I got you. Hold on here.
Directly, without question. And when you have one of the lawmakers on that video being unable to state in, as you say, lengthy cross-examination, a single so-called illegal order, it just proves the point. It's a general call for rebellion from the CIA and the armed services of the United States by Democrat lawmakers, saying that you have not only the right, but the duty and the obligation to defy orders of the commander-in-chief.
You must refuse the illegal orders, but we don't know which ones we're talking about. Now, the question tonight, could these 6 members of Congress, can they be charged with a crime? Let's take a look at this. 18 U.S. Code 2383, quote, whoever incites, sets on foot, assists or engages in any rebellion or insurrection against the authority of the United States or the laws thereof, or gives aid and comfort thereto, shall be fined under this title or imprisoned not more than 10 years or both, and shall be incapable of holding any office under the United States. Now, tonight's question, did these Democratic lawmakers...
Now, just to make sure, you said 92, right?
Article 90, Article 91, Article 92.
Gotcha. Insubordination conduct towards a warrant officer, right?
Yep.
All right, fantastic. Okay. Okay, we got it. All right. So it says any warrant officer or enlisted member who 1 strikes or assaults a warrant officer, non-commissioned officer, or petty officer while that officer is in the execution of his office. 2 willfully disobeys the lawful order of a warrant officer, a non-commissioned officer, or a petty officer, or 3, treat with contempt or is disrespectful in language or deportment towards a warrant officer or a non-commissioned officer or a petty officer while the officer is in the execution of his office shall be punished as a court-martial may direct. Now let's go into Article 2, failure to obey order or regulation. Any person subjugated, my bad, not subjugated, but any person subject to this chapter who 1, violates or fails to obey any lawful general orders or regulations, 2, having knowledge of any order lawful or issued by a member of the armed forces, which it is his duty to obey, fails to obey the order, or 3, is in derelict, in the performance of his duty shall be punished as a court martial may direct. Ooh.
So there's this one guy that keeps commenting in the chat, and he likes to say a whole bunch of stuff. But I wanted to put this up there because I've seen a bunch of people, and unfortunately I did something goofy in the military and I got a good old-fashioned Article 92, so I'm very familiar with it. Any order given to you by any officer, you're told to assume it comes from the president. Period. That means that if they decide to have the Department of Homeland Security, which in a time of war gets absorbed into the Navy, depending on what component, the Coast Guard, and they want to go seize and attack boats that are shipping illegal immigrants and drugs into waters. It's not an unlawful order. It's a function of our defense apparatus. If the Marine Corps and the Army Reserves and the Air National Guard get sent to quell the riots in Portland, San Diego, Chicago, or New York, they have to go do it because it's a lawful order and it ties into the Insurrection Act or the powers of the presidency should a state governing official fail or refuse to act on their duties as a state governing official. So when people keep saying that, oh, these are unlawful orders, again, I was up under this UCMJ. I know what it says. I know what it doesn't say. A lot of these politicians are talking out the side of their neck.
And all right, man. Shout out to my man Gaming for bringing this up. All right back to the video.
Attempt to incite insubordination among members of the military and in our intel community. Did they provide comfort to their targets when they promised to, quote, have their backs? What was their intention? Were they hoping to destabilize President Trump's executive branch, undermine his constitutional role as commander-in-chief, and complicate his authority as such? Now, if the answer to these questions is yes, what happens next? Hey, Sean Hannity here. Hey.
All right. Shout out to my man Hellbat. He says, speaking of illegal orders, releasing illegal aliens into the country sounds pretty illegal to me. Shout out. And also, pedophile clan can F off for hiding the files for the past 4 years. I don't care about them. I mean, trust me, we're not really caring about what they got to say since, they spent 4 years, might have spent 4 years in office, ain't talk about it. Shoot, ain't release no files or anything. And you would think would be pretty important to go after basically a guy who's trafficking children, like pretty much around the world. You would think that would be important. You would think that you wouldn't need nobody to tell you to do it, or you would think that you wouldn't need to run on it because, I don't know, the children, But all right, guys, we're going to go ahead and get into, oh, my bad, go ahead.
I was going to say, and it's not like we weren't screaming about it the entire time.
Literally. I mean, please, thank you for saying that, my man, Maine. But all right, now let's go ahead and listen to this little video real quick, and then we're going to get into the Epstein files. All right.
So I don't know if you guys seen this, but MTG just dropped the video. So the House just took a vote and voted to release the Epstein list 471 to 1. So now it's going to the Senate. Now, let me ask you, do you think it's going to make it through the Senate? Can the Senate stop this? Where's the next roadblock going to be? How many of us are actually banking on the fact that we're actually going to one day see the Epstein files? Because I don't know about you guys, but I'm not holding my breath. Check out this video from MTG. Let me know what you think is going to change. Is the entire world going to change? Are we going to finally take down the deep state? Are the intelligence agencies going to get exposed? How dark is this? how dark do you think they're going to let it get? And how much of this files and these files do you actually think we're going to see? Drop those comments below. Check out this video.
I proudly rise today in a bipartisan effort to release the Epstein files finally, after 5 administrations have covered it up. Earlier today, I attended the press conference where the survivors, they're not victims, the survivors of Jeffrey Epstein's sexual abuse and sex trafficking told their stories. And they told stories about how it started back in 1991, 1996, and they continued on through the decades. And they told stories about how they told someone and tried to get help. They told the FBI, and they weren't listened to. And they told law enforcement, and no one did anything. And these women don't just number a few. These women number around 1,000 women. And they are victims of something that's unthinkable. And this should have never, ever happened. This was the biggest fight I think I've seen in Washington, D.C. This is my 5th year here. And this was a fight that we should have never had to wage. It should have been the easiest thing for every single member of Congress. It should have been the easiest thing for the Speaker of the House. It should have been the easiest thing for the President of the United States to release all the information, every single file, on behalf of these American women. These American women aren't rich, powerful elites. They do not have someone paying for their airline tickets or paying for their trips or paying for their expenses every time they try to do something to get this information out. These are your average Americans. And you want to know what the Epstein files represent? The cover-up represents to average Americans. It represents the failures of the federal government and Congress to the American people. And that is what people rose up about in 2024. They wanted and demanded transparency from their government and for Americans finally to be put first. And today, with this vote, we are finally putting these victims and these survivors of Jeffrey Epstein and the cabal of rich, powerful elites that expands not just here in the United States of America, but to other countries as well. We're putting them last. And that is exactly what Americans want. You see, for far too long, Americans have been put last. And they're sick of it. They're sick and tired of it. And this is why they don't trust Congress. This is why they don't trust the government. And here's the problem. All of these women who have suffered in shame for years and years and years, women who were terrified, women who were intimidated, women who were threatened, just like Virginia Giuffre. And now she's dead. And these women should have never faced that, for this information to come out. And we, especially the 4 Republican members of the House of Representatives, we should have never faced intimidation and threats for us to get this vote to come to the floor. Never forget, there were 4. Thomas Massie, myself, Nancy Mace, and Lauren Boebert. We had to sign a discharge petition, and we had to fight through intimidation, and we had to endure it for months to push that discharge petition finally to 218 to get this vote to come out. This is what the American people are sick of, and rightfully so. Now, where does this go from here? The question will remain, will the Department of Justice release all the information? Will a judge in New York release the information? Will the CIA release the information? And will foreign governments release their information? Or will this continue after this vote today be a cover-up of the rich, powerful elites that bond together in sex and human trafficking abuse and all types of global business that enriches them but never serves Americans? The American people will know, And the victims, actually the survivors of Jeffrey Epstein, will know because they know the list of names. And I remain dedicated to my promise to read those names here on the House floor if those women ever find them in a place that it needs to be done.
I mean, shout out Marjorie Taylor Greene. She got it off.
I got a theory.
What's up?
I want you to quote me because I came up with this. I call it CC theory. So it works like this. You have two C's. One stands for coercion, one stands for collapse. Now I'm about to explain it real quick. The reason why Donald Trump, I think personally, and some people on the left and some people on the right are hesitant on releasing the name on the Epstein file list is because whoever is on that list, or however many people are on the list, have one or two things. They're either going to try to coerce the truth to be kept quiet, in which case we're looking at early assassination attempts, calling the herd, witnesses being unalived in the most dumb ways possible, information being destroyed, basically the Hillary Clinton, but on a global scale, right?
Yeah.
And then the coercion of the collapse idea, I'm more open to, because one thing I learned is look at what people don't do just as much as what people do in certain situations. I find it weird that Prince Charles disavowed his brother at the mention of his brother's name being on Jeffrey Epstein's guest list. There are certain political figures who have been oddly quiet when it comes to the Epstein list, both enemy and ally. And I think, and this is where it may go off the deep end, I think part of the reason why these countries are capitulating with American tariffs isn't because they quote unquote have no other options. I think it's a form of hush money in order for Donald Trump to keep his mouth quiet, for the government to keep their mouth quiet, a sort of, if you scratch my back, I'll scratch yours sort of thing.
Okay. I mean, shoot, here's also one thing that could also start happening. These guys start committing they just start self-deleting. There's also that possibility as well.
Well, I'm just going to say I would like to know who that one person is that voted against it is, and maybe we should look at their search history and their browser history, because that's not right.
Yeah, actually, I think this video right here explains who he is. Let's hear it.
How's it going? Are the kids in bed?
They are quiet for now. One of them had a nuclear meltdown just before we started recording.
Daddy's girl.
Yeah, well, right, yeah, but she is now quiet, which I have to say is more than can be said for you a few hours ago in the bureau, because listeners, there were scenes as Scotland did something they haven't done for a long time.
They covered them in the France '98 World Cup 27 years ago, and it looks, Mark, like, well, either you or I will be covering them next year here in the States. The World Cup.
It's got to be you.
All right, probably the wrong video, huh? Because the last I was listening to these guys earlier, and they was talking about the one guy, the one Republican who voted against the Epstein files being released, and his reason was off principle and being consistent with his voting. He said, "I voted no the first time, so I'm gonna vote no every time."
Why?
That was his reason why.
His name is
You just made yourself look a whole lot more suspicious, my dear sir.
Yep.
Clay Higgins.
Yep, that's his name, Clay Higgins. I want
to get him under oath. Search his laptop. I want to know what his children see. I want to know what his internet history looked like. Pull the metadata. Put that man under investigation. He's a fucking villain.
Side and their powerful statements, and we had the first of those long-awaited votes on the release of the Epstein files. It came to the House floor.
The yeas are 427. The nays are 1. 2/3 being in the affirmative. The rules are suspended. The bill is passed And without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table.
And the result, 427 votes in favor and just one vote against. We looked up who that was. Representative Clay Higgins of Louisiana. He's a rabble rouser on the Hill. I've come across him a few times. He often finds himself front and center of controversial moments on Capitol Hill. I recall a moment where he was sticking up for gun rights in America. I looked up, incidentally, James, why he was the lone figure who decided to vote against this. I'll read you what he said. He posted on social media. I have been a principled no, he said, on this bill from the beginning.
A principled no is crazy. That's a crazy. Like, look, man, I voted no out of principle. I'm like, bro, you should have voted yes out of principle of, I don't know, female victims, children, maybe the popularity of it.
Right.
It's got to be on the list because there's no other reason why you would vote no.
I mean, like, I'm not gonna say that. It could be because of principle. He could just be the most principled man in the world for all we know. But it is the most shadiest thing for that to be your response right now. Like, you voted no on the Epstein list. And your argument is, well, I was just upholding my principles. What?
Like I said, even hardcore Democrat liberals were like, yeah, let's bust these files wide open. And this man, dead ass, looked everybody in the face and said, I have morals. Yeah, you're going to jail.
Like, literally, I'd be like, bro, at a certain point, as soon as that guy voted no, I'd have to look at him and be like, I'm sorry, bro, but one, I can't hang around you, and two, I would like to put an investigation into you.
So I'm reading what his reason was. It was not only principled, like you said, but also he argues that the bill would violate long-standing legal norms and expose innocent people, which, you know, is consistent with Trump said about there's a lot of fake stuff in there, and I can believe that. I mean, I think that those 4 years the Dems were padding it to set traps for Trump and whoever else they didn't like, get themselves off of the list.
But we're gonna see, because I think both sides always thought that was going to be a controlled amount of information going through, but now that it's being completely cracked wide open, let's see what's in there. And there may be some things missing, but here's the thing: we'll fill in the blanks ourselves, and that's just going to make it worse for them. I say they release everything and don't hold back nothing, because if you leave us to fill in the blanks, you're not going to like what we come up with.
I mean, if you look at how long they've been sealed and how long the FBI has had them, it does make sense that some names are going to be on there that should not be on that list.
Well, there's going to be all kinds of stuff in that list, just like every single word that was said in every meeting they had about the case.
Oh, and he had another point to why he also voted no. He's saying that it's a complete bastardization of how we run an investigation, how we let up names, assets, all that good stuff. It's saying this is like pretty much what? Well, wrong. He says unlawful, like that we shouldn't be allowing the opening of the Epstein files because it pretty much throws a lot of people under the bus who's innocent, assets, all that good stuff. And I mean, like, he kind of just admitted that there is intelligence involved.
I mean, if you look at everything, like every legal case that has to do with the list of names, just think of the RICO case that was just last year. Where was that? Georgia or Florida? And they just like went after everybody that was connected to Young Thug. Okay. They sat there and they opened the lists that was connected to them, and they subpoenaed all this information. Why are they not doing that for the Epstein files? They should subpoena everybody on that list.
I know, right? They got the most pettiest information when it came to that case.
Well, and then there's that Dem lady that was actually texting Epstein right in a closed session.
Oh, we're going to get into that too, and how. Oh no, we're going to get into that one as well. But shout out to Misfit Supervisor. She said, "Who voted no for fuck's sake?" Yep, that guy Clay Higgins. look him up and well, don't send him an angry letter, but just keep him on your radar for the primaries or the midterms.
And
keep that guy on your radar.
One other thing about it is we don't want to see any videos, really. I mean, that's just like child porn right there.
Yeah, I'll give you that one. But all right, now let's get into this lady right here. Now, I was a little taken back from what this lady got away with, because like I said, can you imagine if she was a Republican and we let her get away with this? The Dems would crucify us into next year. Okay, so the fact that they let this lady get off like this and they're just they're creating excuses for it is just amazing. It's like a wow moment. All right, let's hear it out.
This is Congresswoman Stacey Plaskett, the delegate from the Virgin Islands. On February 27th, 2019, Michael Cohen, the disgraced former personal attorney for Donald Trump, testified before the House Oversight Committee. The Washington Post published a bombshell article writing that during the Michael Cohen hearing, Congresswoman Plaskett was texting with Jeffrey Epstein. At 10:41 Eastern Time, Epstein texted Plaskett and asked, "Are you chewing?" The Congresswoman responded, "Not anymore." Epstein replied with a smiley face, and Plaskett explained, "Chewing interior of my mouth. Bad habit from middle school." Epstein replied, "Sweet. Gee, I was told that being friends or having any kind of connection."
I mean, I'm be real with you. That's kind of a bit like a little too close. Like what you chewing? I mean, it kind of sounds like y'all were like more than just friends. I don't know. Maybe I'm reading too much into it, but that don't sound like the way you just text a female friend. I'm just saying.
Instead of your mouth, baby girl.
It's like, oh, that little chewing habit, you might want to bring that over. Like, all right. Let's not go too far into this joke. But y'all kind of get my point, though. It does seem a bit flirtatious.
But Jeffrey Epstein was bad. Later during the hearing, Michael Cohen would say the following.
Well, again, when he called, Rona Graff yelled out to Mr. Trump, "Roger's on line 1," which was regular practice.
And that's his assistant.
That's his, yes.
All right.
So Epstein texted Plaskett and says, "Cohen brought up Rona, keeper of the secrets." Plaskett responded, "Rona?" and says, "Quick, I'm up next. Is that an acronym?" Epstein replied, "That's his assistant, Rona." She called out Roger on line 1 corroborator. And watch how Plaskett doesn't refer to Rona Graff by her last name. She calls her Miss Rona because she wasn't actually paying attention to Michael Cohen's testimony.
Mr. Weisenberg and other individuals, Ms. Rona. Who are those individuals? Are they with the Trump organization?
They
and
are.
Are there other people that we should be meeting with?
So Alan Weisselberg is the chief financial officer.
Uh-huh. You got to quickly give us as many names as you can so we can get to them.
Yes, ma'am.
As Ms. Rona, what is Ms. Rona's position?
Rona Graff is the Mr. Trump's executive assistant.
And would she be able to corroborate many of the statements that you've made here?
Yes, her office is directly next to his.
So Stacey Plaskett, a sitting congresswoman, was texting back and forth with Jeffrey Epstein. And this is not allegedly, because a statement from Plaskett's office admits as such. During the hearing, Congresswoman Plaskett received texts from staff, constituents, and the public at large offering advice, support, and in some cases, partisan vitriol, including from Epstein. Here's a dumb question. Why did Jeffrey Epstein have Stacey Plaskett's cell number? Well, I'm sure there's a good explanation, right? As a former prosecutor, she welcomes information that helps her get at the truth and took on the GOP that was trying to bury the truth. Oh, I see. Plaskett needed Epstein's help to take down Trump and the GOP. The Congresswoman has previously made clear her long record combating SA and human trafficking, her disgust with Epstein's deviant behavior, and her support for his victims. Oh, sure.
Huh?
You can see Plaskett.
But you was talking to this man? I mean, like, all right, she's trying to frame it as if she was using, she was using him as a source of intel. But I don't know. Can we truly believe that? Because I ain't gonna lie, the way those text messages were seeming sound like y'all might have been a little close. And, well, I mean,
Who's
Jeffrey
her?
Epstein is a piece of shit all the way through, but he was also known as a ladies' man as well.
I mean, it kind of sounds like he was sliding into her DMs saying, "Hey, baby, what that mouth do?"
Well, that's it for her because she's an adult and he likes them young.
I mean, it's just kind of weird though. Just even the way the opening sound up, like what you're chewing. It's like, wait, what? And then you're watching her that close on TV, like you were her fan or something. Or maybe he just had a lot invested in this hearing, on the less scandalous side of it.
He took a fucking balls to the wall risk texting somebody on live television to ask that dumbass question. Bro, I'm sorry to get so vulgar. She had to have gotten her cheeks clapped by him at one point because there's no fucking way.
Okay. Well,
Emotional damage.
Well, Lord knows that's what she got right now. But yeah, the way that text message was the way the text message were seeming was a bit too friendly. Like, I wouldn't be surprised if it came out that they were dating at a certain point or Epstein was possibly using her. But yes, the fact that she was texting this man during a hearing, like even him going along to coach her. I mean, let's be real, bro. Women ain't letting you coach them unless you're doing something good for them. But all right.
Gets disgust for Epstein in their texts. Epstein texted, "Great outfit. You look great." To which Plaskett replied, "Thanks," with an exclamation point. According to a 2003 investigation by Jacob Samsian for Business Insider, at some point in fall 2018, Plaskett visited Epstein at his Manhattan mansion. He agreed to give the full $30,000 that Plaskett had asked him to contribute to the Democratic Congressional Campaign Committee. The DCCC ended up rejecting the donation. So it seems that her disgust was very limited, if not completely non-existent. In a May 2023 deposition in the Virginia Island government's lawsuit against JP Morgan Chase, Plaskett said, "To the best of my recollection, I recall that I was informed by my chief of staff that the DCCC informed him that Mr. Epstein's contribution would not be accepted by the DCCC." Plaskett was asked, "Okay, did you do anything to try and find out why the DCCC had rejected Mr. Epstein's donation?" Plaskett's answer, "I don't recall if it was already expressed to me in his letting me know that it was denied or if I got additional information. I don't recall." Plaskett was then asked, "Did you assume that it was related to his status as a sex offender?" To which Plaskett replied, "I was not sure of the totality of the circumstances."
Bro, what do you mean you don't know?
Oh, that
she
money.
didn't know the total. So yeah, I kind of knew about the case, but I didn't know all the details about it. I didn't know how serious it was.
That dick gotta be fucking out of this world for you to be lying as a congresswoman,
bro.
Gotta be going crazy.
And they held a vote to censor this woman, and all the Democrats voted not to censor her. I mean, what can I say? It's like you can damn do anything as a Democrat. You can even have conversations with Epstein during a hearing, and it's all good. All good.
You.
I mean, do you think that Diddy and Epstein were friends or competitors at this point?
Competitors.
Friends.
I think they worked in different industries. Like, yeah, P. Diddy was the Epstein of the music industry, and of course, Epstein is the Epstein of, I guess, the financial guys, the hedge fund managers. So the finance, human trafficking versus the music industry human trafficking.
Both of them are some sick ass bastards.
Yeah, except Diddy, though, he got away with it in a way because they were supposed to bring up some witnesses that would pretty much make it for sure that he was trafficking, but they left those witnesses out for some reason because they're high ranking, or they're just high up there studio executives like Lucien Grain.
Oh, I'm sorry. You mean they got intimidated?
Yeah. That's actually the best way to put it.
Or bought out.
That's the most likely scenario.
To put it in context, Congresswoman Plaskett was required to raise $250,000 in dues going to the DCCC. And that 30 grand would have gone a long way. And Plaskett wants you to believe that she didn't ask why a huge chunk of that fundraising was refused. That is, unless she knew beforehand and didn't need to ask why. So I would like to reiterate that Plaskett's visit to the mansion and her learning that Epstein's donation was refused both occurred in 2018. And in 2019...
No, hold on now. Please tell me I heard that wrong. She went to the crib? No, I heard that wrong.
It didn't need that.
Hold on, bro. Hopefully I heard this wrong. And don't tell me she was at the crib too, bro.
Oh, she was at that crib, bro. She was trying to secure that donation, bro. One way or another.
So the flirtatious texting, and you've been to this man's crib, and he tried to send you 30,000 through your little political pack or whatever that was, and we're gonna see her pretend like you weren't involved.
Oh yeah.
Okay.
So I'm thinking
I'd honestly like to hear it again because I thought I heard it wrong the first time.
Yeah, like let's hear it one more time.
Was refused. That is, unless she knew beforehand and didn't need to ask why. So I would like to reiterate that Plaskett's visit to the mansion and her learning that Epstein's donation was refused both occurred in 2018.
Visit to the mansion. So, damn.
Yeah.
She went to the mansion.
She got them cheeks blew out.
She's cooked. It's over. It's over. Like that should have been a court date. That should have been an indictment. But nothing.
But she's not. And this goes back to my theory about who you are in government and whether or not they have to use coercion or they have to scare you with a catastrophe. And unfortunately, it sounds like just kind of based off everything she's doing, she's being controlled. Not really catastrophized.
Sorry, man, we interrupted you a little bit earlier.
So what I was saying was when she said that could you actually bring up the exact thing that she said in the text messages again?
Oh yeah, I got you. Let's see here. I believe it was going all the way back, spanning about, let's see. To the are you talking about to the best of my recollection? I recall that I was informed by my chief of staff that the DCCC informed him that Mr. Epstein's contribution would not be accepted. Question: go ahead.
The part where she was actually texting with Epstein.
Oh, that's all the way back in the video. Okay, I got you. Here it is. Now it's a bit cut up. If to find the full text here, I'd probably have to. If you want the straight one, I can most likely find it. But here it is.
Texting to Plaskett and asked, "Are you chewing?" The congresswoman responded, "Not anymore." Epstein replied,
This is all in 2019, so this is after he's been convicted as a pedophile.
With a smiley face, and Plaskett explained, "Chewing interior of my mouth. Bad habit from middle school." Epstein replied, "Sweet. Gee, I was told."
You know what's crazy? She replied with a smiley face. Man.
Yeah.
Habit from middle school.
I mean, chewing the interior of her mouth really does kind of sound like she really just has some tick from when she was a kid.
Oh, yeah, of course. But to get that, like, I don't know, personal with somebody, like chewing the interior of my mouth, bad habit from middle school is like, come on now. You just don't say something that like about yourself like that unless, I don't know, you're really in deep with somebody.
And I'd rather suggest the idea that instead of Epstein clapping her, then that he got her some whatever flavor she wanted.
Oh, I mean, well, yeah, that could be true too. I mean, she could be gay and she could also mess with little girls, or Epstein could have possibly brought in the male models like he was P. Diddy or something, and that could also go down as well. Like, you're right.
I mean, and something else I noticed, P. Diddy's case ended, and the next day they started talking about Epstein. That's when they said, we're not going to release the files. Why?
Oh yeah, got the message.
Why
All good
was it the day after the Diddy case? Like they're like, oh, he's not gonna talk, so we can just say there's nothing.
Hit the nail on the head, in my opinion.
But let's hear the defense, because yes, they defended her. Yep, viral moment. Raskin defends Plaskett's texting Epstein, taking a phone call from her constituent. Taking a phone call from her constituent is how y'all about to frame this?
They spelled rapist wrong.
I guess anything to make it make sense. It's almost frustrating that they're even trying it, but let's hear it out. Let's hear it out.
We're here today on the floor to support the complete disclosure of information related to Jeffrey Epstein and his billion-dollar international child sex trafficking ring. And our side of the aisle at least supports the release of information relating to anybody who had anything to do with it, whether they're a Republican, a Democrat, an independent, or what have you, period. We insist on complete, full disclosure. This resolution has nothing to do with that. This seems to me to be one more pathetic effort to distract and divert attention from the fact that the president's name appeared more than 1,000 times already in the small fraction of material released on Epstein, and from the failure of the majority to move to disclose this information. And it is this bipartisan group that we've had behind the discharge resolution, which has insisted on bringing this to the fore, and we've got nothing but obstruction, opposition, resistance, evasion, distraction, and diversion from the other side. And now we get one more resolution like this.
I mean, shoot, what do you think y'all were doing for 4 years straight? Like, shit, I mean, hold on. So what, you get evasion from the Republicans for 3 months and y'all want to equate that out to the 4 years of evasion y'all been doing? How about y'all just let bygones be bygones and be like, look, man, we both were trying to hold this back for a while. The Republicans are trying to protect themselves. We're trying to protect ourselves. Let's just release it and let's get all these bad apples out of here.
Resolution actually proposed
because they're not honest.
Yeah, they're not really trying to be honest about it at all, but
it's a whole
it is
big
what it is.
psyop to them. They don't want us to know the truth. They don't want the people to know the truth. So when the camera is turned on, they're going to say what they want the camera to hear, whether it matches the conversation at all or not. And then they'll just cut the person out and mix match the tape like they did with Trump. The BBC did with Trump.
But here's the petty debate that's going on right now. Who was holding back the Epstein files more?
I mean, they just want to play the blame game. It's literally the people who I'm betting the loudest voices are actually the people that are on the list, and they're saying, "Oh, this person, this person, this person that I really want to take out on the other side." Those are the people that are on the list, and same thing from the other side.
Yeah,
like
totally, I agree. And
it's always the loudest voices in the crime that committed the crime.
And they always have their social media post that goes viral right after.
All right.
A disciplinary censure against Representative Stacey Plaskett, but amazingly alleges no misconduct. It does not allege the violation of the Constitution.
Hey, shout out Tove. She says, what congressperson takes constituent calls or texts on their personal cell phone during a congressional hearing? Have y'all heard of anyone else? Nope, not one actually. I mean, I'm trying to search like the darkest centers of my memory right now and be like, has anybody ever did this?
Yeah, I mean, didn't we see all on when Trump gave his first address to the nation, his second time around, or was it the first time they wore all white?
Wait, like when somebody was actually caught receiving a text message or talking to their constituents?
And I guess that's also the national address. It's totally different.
All right, yeah, because like I said, I mean, Tove got a pretty good point. I don't know not one congressperson that's taking a calls or text from their personal cell phone. I mean, not business email or anything, but their personal cell phone during a congressional hearing. I mean, I don't know. That doesn't just sound like your regular constituent. I mean, that sounds like somebody you're like really tied in with. I mean, somebody that's helping your campaign. I don't know, helping you run, significant other. You never know.
I'm sorry, but don't they have like work phones that they're supposed to use and like work laptops they're also supposed to use?
I know
Like,
in intelligence they're supposed to, but I'm not sure about the congressman.
Well, well, if it's classified or top secret information, they have to use what's called a SCIF, and it's basically a closed loop. There's no Wi-Fi going in or out. Nobody can get a camera shot. It's all on like a laptop or a small computer inside of the SCIF.
Or they try to do through Signal, but you see how well that's been working for people.
But we also know of the whole Hillary Clinton email thing where she, I just didn't think it was classified enough or something.
It does not allege the violation of a federal law or a state law or local law. It does not violate, does not even allege a violation of the ethics rules of the House of Representatives, and yet they want to censure her and throw her off of her committee. This, a distinguished former federal prosecutor, diligent public servant, representative of the people of the Virgin Islands. Now, criminal justice has two parts to it. One is insisting upon legal accountability for people who do wrong. The other part of it is due process.
Here's the thing, though. I kind of wish there was like, oh man, I wish you could take this guy into an alternate universe where that lady was a Republican, and would you be making the same defense? That's all I want to know. If she was a Republican, would you sit here and make the same defense? Because I'm almost sure if she was a Republican and the Republicans was protecting her over that, you guys would lose your minds. You guys would literally be losing your minds. Y'all call us pedo protectors and like y'all do now. So I'm sorry, I just can't hear what you're saying, because I'm almost sure that if this was a Republican, you'd be going balls to the walls to get her censored. And then you'd be calling out every Republican saying that they're trying to hide these people that Epstein were involved with. I mean, I'm sorry, bro, but show some consistency, because I guarantee you, if she was a Republican, there would be this argument would not have been made. And I get what he's trying to say. Oh, is it against the law? Like, no. And yeah, but bro, let's talk about ethics here. Like, is that ethically okay?
I actually looked up if Congress members are supposed to use their personal cell phones. It says Congress members are generally not allowed to use personal cell phones during their time on the floor. The House of Representatives has a rule prohibiting the use of personal electronic devices, including cell phones, in the chamber to maintain decorum and order.
I mean, okay then. And there you go. So I guess that she did kind of go outside of regular practice. So like I said, all this defense of her, and like, for what?
I guess what's the definition of decorum in this situation?
All I know is that I know for a fact that if this was a Republican, there would be nothing that we would say that would satisfy the Dems that we could honestly say for protecting this lady. There'd be nothing we could say. So I kind of want to hear the rest of this man's argument to hear how he kind of rounds this out, because it is kind of funny how, people will call us pedo protectors, but I'm just like, this lady was literally contacting a pedophile after he was convicted of being a pedophile in 2019, talking to this guy. And I'm talking to the Dems in the chat. You guys see nothing wrong with this? Nothing at all. All right, then don't ever talk about us in y'all life. Don't ever mention Donald Trump being a pedo in your life, because you really don't care. You don't care. If it's not Trump, you don't care. And this just proves it.
May be the two most beautiful words in the English language, certainly the two most beautiful words in the Constitution of the United States. It's due process that protects all of our freedoms and our rights against the arbitrary power of government and the will just to punish somebody without any process at all. But that's exactly what's going on here. Think about it. Ghislaine Maxwell had due process. She had a right to counsel. She had a right to hearing. She had a right to hear the evidence against her. She had a right to put on her case. She had a right to cross-examine. She had a right to a neutral, impartial tribunal. She had a right to unanimous verdict of a jury, and all of that she had, and she was found guilty. And that's why she was sentenced to jail for 20 years, even though Donald Trump has transferred her from a real prison to a prison camp where she's gotten very special pampered treatment, like she's in a Trump hotel. She gets room service to her cell. She gets gym privileges other inmates don't.
Whataboutism. Okay, so that's what we're going with. It's the whataboutism. It's like, oh, ignore her. What about Ghislaine Maxwell, who's getting this good treatment in jail? Bro, we're talking about the fact that the person that Ghislaine Maxwell was working with, Jeffrey Epstein, was texting that lady during the congressional hearing. So your whataboutism doesn't really stand up because Ghislaine's in jail. She's in jail where she's supposed to be. Like, if she's living in comfort, is irrelevant. But what is relevant right now is the fact that we're also concerned about Jeffrey Epstein, but y'all don't seem to be too concerned that Jeffrey Epstein was texting one of y'all alone during a congressional hearing, and that's concerning. Because like I said, let it be us. If she was a Republican, I would ask for her to be censored. I would ask for her to step down over that if she cannot provide a damn good reason on why she was doing that. But hey, I guess that's what was so different between the Republican and Democrats. It seemed like we actually hold our side accountable. Like I said, we made a guy step down over saying Indians stink. Y'all can't make a guy step down over wishing death on children.
She gets to use the warden as a go-between with people outside of the institution and so on. But in any event, she had due process. Donald Trump had due process. He was convicted on 34 felonies, but he had the right to counsel. He had the presumption of innocence. He had a unanimous jury trial right. They had a right to cross-examine everybody, put their own witnesses on. Now they want to take a former United States prosecutor, the representative of the people of the Virgin Islands, and without even going to the ethics committee, much less a court, they want to arraign her on some charges based on a newspaper article that she did something lawful. However ill-advised it may have been, she took a phone call from one of her constituents. Now, I don't think it is the position of the very distinguished gentleman.
Yeah, but let's be real. They weren't talking about what you would usually talk about with your congresswoman. I mean, talking about what she chewing on during a congressional hearing. Did that sound like the average conversation between a congresswoman and their constituent? Exactly. So the fact that you're even trying to bring in the whataboutism into this, you're even trying to make it make sense, is absolutely insane. And I mean, for all you goddams in the chat that are even trying to defend it yourselves, I mean, not to be a dick, but y'all sound stupid right now because y'all know for damn sure if she was a Republican, y'all would not be making these excuses for her.
That if we find Jeffrey Epstein on the phone with Donald Trump, he should be impeached for it, or is that his position? Is his position that anytime Jeffrey Epstein got somebody on the phone and he got a lot of people on the phone, that person is suddenly guilty? That sounds like guilt by association. That sounds like collective guilt. Our minority.
No, because if she was just texting this guy and I don't know, and then let's say be real, like, hey, yo, there's something going on in the Virgin Island, this specific part right here. As my congresswoman, I'd like to bring this to your attention. If he was talking to her like that, then okay, cool. But when you're talking to her overly buddy, she then went to the mansion. This man then tried to donate to her political PAC. I mean, what the hell are we supposed to think?
Yeah, like
it's like this is like
daughter. Nobody would care.
Bro, it's like this is like next stage gaslighting that you're trying to pull on us at this point. And I'm talking about the devs in the chat, like my dog Lincoln and all that good stuff. It's like, bro, this is next level gaslighting you're trying to pull off. Lincoln, you know for a fact that this is a Republican, you would be making no excuses right now. You would literally sit there and be like, S.E.T, you should be condemning this guy, not trying to defend him because he's won, or defend her because she went to the house having friendly conversations with her constituent on a congressional hearing while he's telling her what to do during this congressional hearing. If this was a Republican, y'all be losing y'all shit. Can y'all be consistent for once? Like, come on now. And shout out to my man Bobby. He says, problem with the host is for the longest he was calling the Epstein. What? Bro, Bobby, I never called the Epstein files fake. I'm sorry, never did. And you can never find a clip of me ever calling it fake. You got the wrong one, buddy. But yes, for the longest, he was calling the Epstein files fake. Now, that's not even Trump called them fake. But Democrats don't care if their own are on the list. Your end is near. Bro, what?
He's not making any sense. Just pass it up. Continue on. He doesn't know what he's talking about. He just I'm trying to read this.
Like what? Can anybody ever point out when I ever said the Epstein list was fake? Actually, I was one of the guys who got mad when Trump was calling it a hoax, and I was trying to correct the thing. Like, no, the Epstein files is not a hoax. This is all real. Now, Trump's being a pedophile is what the hoax is. I've always made that statement clear, Bobby. So if you haven't heard it, well, you've heard it today. All right, now shout out to my man Big Shit. He says, bro, if it's based off a newspaper article, there needs to be an investigation first.
That's the fake Trump Russia hoax going.
I mean, hey, that's true. All right, look, if it's going off based off a newspaper article, this is going off evidence. This is just the evidence of her email, call logs, text logs, whatever. This is all going off evidence, and they're basically, this is the investigation. They looked into it. They looked into her conversation. They said, you know what, looks a little damning. Maybe let's censor her over this. And the Dems defended her, unanimously. Like they all said, no, we don't want to look into this. When it comes to her, we don't want to censor her over it. It is what it is. So they're just gonna let her get off and keep her position.
Produced a perfectly reasonable.
And she holds a seat on the Intelligence Committee. You know that, right? And who was Jeffrey Epstein? Or what was Jeffrey Epstein alleged to be? An intelligence asset. So, I mean, come on. Am I not allowed to connect these dots?
Amendment to say, let's refer this to an ethics committee. Let's have a real hearing. They didn't want to have a real hearing. They want to rush to judgment. Why? So there can be some headline that will please Donald Trump tomorrow instead of a unanimous statement, or forgive me, I think the distinguished gentleman from Louisiana may have dissented, but an otherwise unanimous verdict of the House of Representatives that the American people want all the files open. We've had enough of the cover up. We want all of the truth. We want the survivors and the victims to have the possibility of accountability. Well, they want to give them another headline, which
no,
is
you don't want the truth. You want to play the blame game.
Facts. I mean, sure, you go ahead and take it off from there, because that's exactly what it sounds like.
I mean, I'm listening to this guy, and the only thing I can hear is, "What about this? What about this? What about this? What about this? Oh, it's their fault."
And it's so crazy to hear him even try to make this argument when I'm just like, bro, if I sat you down and I told you that a Republican did everything she did right now, this man wouldn't even be trying to make no defense of it. If I sat down any Dem and I read out everything this lady did and I said, oh no, but she's a Republican, what do you think should happen? They would agree that she should be censored and honestly lose her spot on the Intelligence Committee for talking to a alleged Israeli or CIA asset. So please, tell me how y'all can make this, I don't even know what type of mental gymnastics y'all doing right now to make it make sense.
Member for taking a phone call from her constituent, Jeffrey Epstein, in the middle of a hearing. And of course, I don't think there's any rule here against taking phone calls in a hearing. Now, if you want to actually give her the chance to explain what happened.
She took a phone call from Jeffrey Epstein, a child trafficker, after he's been convicted of a pedophile. And when there's already allegedly he's allegedly an Israeli or a CIA asset, or he's most likely an intelligence asset. And guess where she's on? The Intelligence Committee. So yes, there's huge conflicts of interest. There's honestly, this is huge breaking of ethics. Why is this okay? Why is it okay? Oh yes, because she's a liberal, she's a Dem, so it's all good. I mean, y'all won't ever hold each other accountable.
then we would take it to the ethics committee. I still don't see what the charge is. Where is the ethical transgression? Where is the legal transgression? Are you saying anybody on your side of the aisle who had a phone call with Jeffrey Epstein should be...
Link, here's the difference. Here's the difference. I wouldn't be defending it. Like, Link, I hear your point. You're right. They're being political. But if the Republicans did this, I would not be here defending it. Actually, I would grill any Republican trying to defend it. You're not doing that, bro. You're trying to make it make sense right with them. So I'm being consistent with my argument here. If she was a Republican, not any Republican trying to defend it, I'm gonna talk shit.
Let me go ahead and reread what I read earlier. Congress members are generally not allowed to use personal cell phones during their time on the floor. She used her personal cell phone. That's where your ethics has been crossed. That's where the line has been crossed. Her personal cell phone. She should not have had it in the room, let alone on the floor.
And bro, your argument would be like, Link, the argument is, if she was a Republican, since she's if she was a Republican, would you even be trying to make these same excuses? That's all I'm saying. Like, that's really the argument. Because my argument is that you wouldn't be trying to make no excuse. You wouldn't be trying to make this make sense at all. You would sit there and be like, yeah, this is wrong. There's many ways she could have did this. Actually, even talking to him was completely like wrong. Like, why are you over here talking to a pedophile, a convicted one? Like, just off that alone, she should have not even texted the man. But, she didn't know how the totality of it. She knew what was going on, but she didn't know how bad it was. Intelligence committee talking to a possible intelligence asset. Oh, and they're also giving each other information on what's going on in this congressional hearing. I don't know, man. I don't know. Like I said, if this was a Republican, I'm pretty sure you wouldn't be making no arguments trying to defend it.
And Link, I'd be sure you know what your friends are saying about it first, because oftentimes you don't even know what your own argument is, and other people know your argument more than you do.
All right, shout out Bobby. He says 70% of January 6ers, I guess 70% of January 6 riots have been arrested for crimes against children. 70%. Okay, bro, really, bro. So you're just gonna lie like that? So 70% of the January 6ers, or the people who rioting January 6th, have been arrested for crimes against children. Fox News calling 15-year-old young women, and this is what MAGA is. 70, bro, where'd you find that? Because the one, I'm pretty sure I don't know, is either you're misinformed or you're egregiously lying. Like, and that's just gotta be the fact of the matter. I actually have the 1,500 people that were arrested for January 6th, the January 6th riot. About 8 of them committed crime. So let's be real, only 8 committed crime out of 1,500. I think that kind of goes to go into my point of that you arrested mostly innocent people, mostly law-abiding citizens. So thank you for playing into that point. But 70% had crimes against children. Yeah, dog, I believe you're extremely misinformed, unless you can provide a source for that. Now, next guy. Well, actually, no. Next lady. Shout out Tove. To anyone defending her, if your neighbor or friend was convicted of crimes against children, would you take calls or be friendly with them still? I mean, exactly. That's also a good point. But hey, apparently to our guy Bob, 70% of what? 70% of the January 6th rioters have been arrested for crimes against children. Bro, where'd you get that one from? You know what? I'm actually going to see if I can find that one myself. I'm interested.
Careful your answer there, because
Go ahead.
For me personally, responding to Tove, I wouldn't. I have cut off several friends after finding out that they were even thinking of doing stuff to children.
I mean, shoot, as soon as I know you did something like that to children, is like complete cutoff. Actually, I think I might want to take you out the game myself, but that's just me.
There's a lot more that's about to come out, right? So you should think about what is the principle behind this rush to judgment. I want to close just with this thought, because I know there were a lot of people in the chamber who were here when this happened, and a lot who weren't. There was a move to expel George Santos, who was a Republican member of the House from New York. And it was the same kind of rush to judgment, absolute political frenzy. And I looked at it for about 60 seconds. And then, you know, I was a professor of constitutional law, so call me a legal nerd. But I said, wait, this guy's not been convicted of anything. Well, he's a Republican. Yeah, I know he's a Republican. He was not convicted in criminal court. To my knowledge, he had not been arraigned yet or convicted of anything in the ethics disciplinary process. They just said, well, there's bad press. We want to get rid of him. Beware of what you wish for. Is that the rule that you want here in the House of Representatives? That you can just draw up a member of Congress in 24 hours or 48 hours because there's a bad newspaper article without asking any questions, without giving them...
Well, sadly, the newspaper article came with facts, and the facts is that everything that a newspaper article was talking about was true. Like from the attempted donation to the back and forth text during the congressional hearing, all that is true. So, like I said, like, why are you trying to defend it? But hey, it is what it is. And let's see here. Not true. Okay, but oh yeah, and Bobby, yeah, what you were saying is not true. So let's see. Here was a Seton Hall University study profiling 716 January 6th defendants. Found 22.2% had any prior criminal records at all. Or sex crimes. So yeah, maybe that's what you're pertaining to. They found like what 22% had any prior criminal records. Maybe that's what you're referring to, but no. There's been nothing released that says 70% of the January 6ers have crimes against children. I'm not sure where you've read that piece of misinformation, but dog, you might want to check your sources because there's nowhere on the internet or anywhere that I can find that validates that.
I also have another angle to look at. I know of a person who is currently claiming to be Antifa, but this person also was arrested wearing MAGA gear. They said that they were MAGA, but got arrested and declined the pardon because they didn't like Trump. So, and that person, I don't believe that person was ever MAGA in the first place. And that person may have been dressing up as MAGA to cause some stuff and may have possibly done something, but I can't say that person has, but a lot of the people that person is defended has.
No, right.
And those other people can actually be found on the registry.
Well, shout out Maine. Shout out to my man Maine. But
there might be.
No, trust me. While you was talking, I was looking deeper into it. I was putting Perplexity and Chat GPT on it, and I'm getting the same results. No, that's a lie. He's like, not even an exaggeration. It's a flat out lie. And that's what Chat GPT's saying. So yeah, sorry guys. Sorry, my man. I cannot find nowhere where 70% of the January 6th rioters were child predators. And whoever told you that lied to you. But like I said, there was a study, and it was a Seton University. About 1/5 had any prior criminal records at all, and that includes everything from DUIs, fights, whatever. And it wasn't even 70%. It's about 1/5. So I'm not sure where you got 70% from. And shout out to my man Hellbat. He says, big issue. Epstein equals sex trafficker. Yeah, I mean, that's the main problem too. I mean, you're basically texting a human trafficker that traffics little girls. And I mean, I'll be honest with you, that's a really good reason to put somebody under investigation or to censor them off the intelligence committee. Why? Because you were talking to a possible intelligence asset during a congressional hearing. Like, what the F are you doing? But hey, she's a Dem, so it's all good though.
Any due process at all? Is that what it's come to at this point? I mean, all we're asking for in the Epstein files is release the materials so we can check it out. They want to go ahead and censure and remove from a committee a distinguished member of the House of Representatives with no due process at all. I reject this. I hope the whole body.
Oops, say that again.
These chomos just want to watch the naked kids.
Man, bro, I ain't gonna lie. The way this man is arguing is that, look, I'm not gonna say he's suspicious or anything. I think he's just, bro, he's too for the party at this point. He should be able to sit there and be like, sweetheart, you were texting Jeffrey Epstein. There's nothing I can do to defend you. Like, honestly, if a Republican was doing that, I'd throw my hands up and be like, there's nothing I can do to defend you. Like, nothing. Like what you did with this man, with your position in the government and the committees that you're on, I'm sorry, but there's just no excuse for you to be texting Epstein. Like, there's nothing you could say.
Yeah. So, like, the Charlie Kirk film was on the internet. I still haven't seen it because I don't want to. I don't need that stuff in my head. I mean, I'm definitely not going to look at the Epstein films if they came out.
I mean, Lincoln, like, bro, it's the circumstantial of it. Like, anyone who had communication with Epstein after his first arrest, like, should we censor them? I mean, if you're communicating with a pedophile, convicted pedophile, actually, if you're talking to a convicted pedophile who was possibly an intelligence asset, you should actually. I'm not sure what's so hard about that. It was so hard to understand about that, to be honest.
I just want to be clear. If this is the standard that we're going to make, just know we're going to expose it all. And just know that the FEC filings, they are available for everybody to review. This is absolutely ridiculous.
They are available.
Yes, you're right.
Willie Zeldin responded, yes, Crockett, a physician named Dr. Jeffrey Epstein, who is a totally different person than the other Jeffrey Epstein, donated to a prior campaign of mine. No freaking relation, you genius. Epstein. Let's get to Epstein because everyone was talking about it and there's a lot of flip-flopping going around. And again, I ask, can you apply the standard equally?
Oh, and shout out to my man Hellbat. He says, can I say some things that'll piss off the libs? Of course. I mean, shoot, you can either hop on here and say it or you can go ahead and super chat it in, my brother. Go ahead. Or you can just say it in the chat and I'll post it. Just cause.
I tried to hang myself with a force meter, recreating the entire cell of Jeffrey Epstein here. We did a whole special on it. You can go and watch it. I don't believe that he killed himself. I believe there was foul play. And of course, I believe that he was involved in sex trafficking. I disagree with Kash Patel. I understand that he has access to information that I do not. A lot of this doesn't pass the sniff test. Yeah. I think the files should be released.
Oh, yeah. And shout out to Alex Matthew for sending in the 100 for 2 joules. Appreciate the support.
Has anybody?
And Lincoln. And Link, if I'm accidentally confusing your argument, my bad. I'm not trying to just tie you in saying that you're defending this lady, but it does seem like it a little bit.
Be released. I don't think that Donald Trump should be impeached because of this quagmire that has taken place. But here we are now, where the House, Senate, and President are all on the same page. House and Senate both voted for the release of the Epstein files, which will be sent now to President Trump's desk.
Now it is on its way to the president's desk in a remarkable turnaround in an extremely fast move here. The Senate has essentially green-lighted this bill to be approved as soon as tonight and be sent to the president's desk. Now, essentially what happened was that in the aftermath of this House vote this afternoon, 427-1, just one member of the entire United States House voting against it.
That's true. There was one nay vote in the House, which of course seems suspicious, and then made sense when you realize it's this guy. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
Those aren't his kids.
People on audio, go to video. So Representative Clay Higgins, he was the lone no vote in the House. Now, to present you his side of the story, he wrote and explained on X, I have been a principled no on this bill from the beginning. If enacted in its current form, this type of broad reveal of criminal investigative files released to a rabid media will absolutely result in innocent people being hurt. He went on to say, if we release the files on this child sex predator, then we'll have to do it for all of them.
Oh, good.
Like you can't redact a name. It's bizarre, and I don't know if this guy had someone in his ear saying, you can portray yourself as a principled conservative. Look, your legacy is going to be the one vote defending an underage sex trafficker. That's what you
literally is like. You literally signed yourself up for that like a dumbass. Like, bro, And you see how nobody's here defending Clay Higgins over, oh, well, it was a matter of principle. And, no, we don't give a fuck about the principle of it. You voted no to release the Epstein file, an infamous child predator. I'm sorry, but there is nothing I can say. Actually, I'm not even going to try to defend it. I will not defend it. Actually, I'm condemning it outright, which, honestly, the Dems should be doing to this Pasket girl.
Will be known for.
It could have been like he was the first guy to vote.
Yeah.
And he was like, all right. No.
We'll all vote no, right?
And then everyone,
Yeah.
what?
They just
Or it's a prank?
Yeah.
Like in
everyone else is like, hey, what are you going to do? It's going to be a gag. A bunch of us are going to vote no. He's like, oh, that'll be funny.
Yeah.
Like the one no vote for Jackie Robinson in the MLB Hall of Fame.
Yeah, there's always one person has to vote no for the Hall of Fame.
Yeah, it's like a tradition. It's like, what? Why do I have to vote no? No, trust me, this is going to be fine. It's just tradition. It'll be good for you. He just gets the kicked out of him by a black guy.
I voted no on Babe Ruth. Now it's your turn.
Now it's your turn.
Who is it? Jackie Robinson. Son of a.
And of course, the left, Donald Trump said that we should release the files. And then it was voted unanimously, yes, of course, from the Senate and the House. And during the Biden administration, where the left really didn't, there was not a peep from them about Epstein. Republicans were pushing for it for a very long time. As a matter of fact, it's a big reason for the civil.
Wrong, no fear painting. Thomas Massey's a real one.
Fracturing on the right, because you still have a lot of principled people on the right who believe that the files should be released, and it looked like they wouldn't. Somehow the left is spinning this as a victory for them.
This is a dramatic legislative turnaround. And a huge loss for Trump. Make no mistake. Trump has clearly just given up the fight.
Donald Trump tried to desperately stop this night from happening. He did everything he possibly could. None of it was enough.
I mean, let's be real. If he did everything he possibly could, then he wouldn't have given all the Republicans the okay to release the files if he did everything he could. So what are you talking about? Like, you're literally acting like this man was getting in the way when actually he helped get the Epstein's files released. He's like, F it, go ahead. Like, release it all. Don't hold nothing back. Actually, all Republicans, go ahead and vote yes on it along with the Dems.
I mean,
how is that stopping it? Go ahead.
If you go back to him saying he tried to hang himself and he doesn't think that Epstein did it to himself, yeah, there's a thing called jailhouse justice. There's no way you're going to tell me that the guards were away for a set amount of time and they didn't see anything, or that they were asleep for that amount of time. Like, you're just not going to tell me that and then tell me that other prisoners didn't also get into that cell.
I mean, shoot, trust me. I remember the video that they tried to release trying to say, oh, this is proof that nobody entered his cell. And all it gave us was even more questions. And it actually didn't even show us his cell. It showed us the cell that was across from him.
Yeah. And I mean, in all the movies, don't they just like pay a prisoner to do it for them?
I mean, like, yeah, in the movies, but shoot, in real life, I mean, like, look, once they released the full video, you actually seen, like, one, some of these guys walking away, and two, an image approaching the desk, and we don't know who that was. And for some reason, the security guards who were, that were working that night haven't truly been questioned.
And the orange that went up the staircase.
That too.
What?
So,
and you know what color their jumpsuits are, or what they wear?
Actually, I do not. But hold on now. Let's get into this video real quick. But I do got a lot more to play on that.
None of it worked.
Right back.
They tried everything they could to stop it.
The goal
voting for it?
The bill passed by such a large margin that Trump can't put his little orange thumb on the scale and give it the old Cheeto veto.
The Epstein files have finally broken Donald Trump's dictatorial grip on the House and on the Senate.
But when it became clear that the House was going to ignore Trump and vote to release the Epstein files anyway, Trump backtracked and said, "Oh, yeah, do that. That's also what I want."
Donald Trump spent much of the past week trying to strong-arm his party into voting against the release of the Epstein files. Basically, every Republican except for one rejected Trump's demands. His pressure and jockeying didn't work this time.
And of course, Jasmine Crockett, not to be outdone by anyone else who refuses to do a modicum of research, called out all the people who took money from someone who may have also been named Jeffrey Epstein.
Folks who also took money from somebody named Jeffrey Epstein, as I had my team dig in very quickly. Mitt Romney, the NRCC, Lee Zeldin, George Bush, Win Red, McCain Palin, Rick Lazio. I just want to be clear. If this is the standard that we're going to make, just know we're going to expose it all. And just know that the FEC filings, they are available for everybody to review. This is absolutely ridiculous.
They are available.
Yes.
Fresh bit. Well, Lee Zeldin responded, yes, Crockett, a physician named Dr. Jeffrey Epstein, who is a totally different person than the other Jeffrey Epstein, donated to a prior campaign of mine. No freaking relation, you genius. Think about that. I have my team dig really fast.
And you know, in all fairness, I'm like, Jasmine Crockett, if you got it, please release all information that you got. Make sure you double check it so you don't look stupid like right now. But please make sure you check all the information and release it. Nobody's saying for you not to do your due diligence. Nobody, I mean, we don't care if you start pulling out Republicans. We don't care. I mean, what's pissing us off is the fact that one of your guys got caught up with some damning evidence. You guys are trying to defend it. Then you want to hit us with the, oh, you want to play that game? You want to play that game? Yes. Yes, we want to play that game. Yes, we want to play it all day and all night. Please let the names roll out.
Because they're experts at working fast. They're quick. They're quick as a field mouse.
They dug real fast, a bunch of diggers.
Yeah.
Wait, whoa.
They digging up all the dirt.
Not what I meant.
You didn't just fact check it at all? And that shows you, again, these people have no fear of accountability.
Wasn't a long list either. She listed like 6 people from like 20-something years ago. Like,
and one of them wasn't even close. Here's the irony. Stacey Plaskett, who's sitting next to her in that video, she took campaign donations directly from the actual Epstein in 2016.
Well, she wasn't on the list.
And she was also caught texting Epstein for direction advice during the 2019 Michael Cohen hearing. So that person right there has more of a connection than someone who had a doctor named Jeffrey Epstein donate to his campaign. And by the way,
sitting right next to her too.
I would imagine that is amongst the most common doctor names. Jeffrey Epstein. Maybe Jeffrey Goldberg.
Yeah, but it's spelled G-E-O.
Yeah, well, I don't know.
Jeffrey.
Yeah, like the
giraffe.
Like the butler in Fresh of Bel-Air.
Josh, what are you doing?
Secure my financial future, Gerald. What does it look like?
It looks like you're digging a hole, Josh.
Yeah?
That's what it looks like.
And?
Well, okay. Why are you digging a hole?
For gold, Gerald. It's the best investment you can make. Something wonky happens to the economy. Armageddon, bombs start going off. Everybody fails. Banks. I got the good stuff. I'm set.
Gold?
Shh. Yes.
Josh, why don't you just try True Gold Republic?
And all right, now, commercial. Didn't even notice it. All right. Oh, yo, Kai, what's going on?
Hey, what's up, Seth? Thanks for having me on.
Oh, no problem.
How are you guys doing?
Oh, it's all good. It's
Pretty
all
good.
good. Now I know you got some arguments here. So what's going on?
Yeah, dude. Listen, you said again, because you said this yesterday, that Trump shouldn't be criticized for trying to talk to MTG about retracting her name from the list of Republicans who are going to sign on to the bill. And the fact that he said, the fact that that's my last one.
Okay.
Yeah, my last point. The fact that he previously had said that if you're worried about the Epstein files, you're a bad person, and I don't want your support. He literally said that. So he has been making moves to stop these files from being released, and the fact that he right now is saying, okay, go ahead and approve everything, is only because he knows the House and the Senate already have enough votes.
Actually, to be quite honest with you, like the fact that he's the one who got the Republicans to sign on to it goes to show that he's actually helping. Now, I always did say he's not talking about the Epstein file. He's not talking about the Epstein list being a hoax. He's not talking about it being a lie. He's talking about his involvement in it. So at any time Trump mentions the Epstein list, and you guys know he's talking about how you guys are saying, oh, he's a pedophile, he's involved, he was working with Epstein. That's what he's talking about. And you guys know that's what he's talking about, but you always try to frame it as if he's trying to stop the Epstein list altogether. And no, that ain't it. Honestly, in my personal opinion, Trump has been set to believe that, oh, well, what's in the Epstein files is just a whole bunch of slander about him. And that's all the Dems have been trying to do is just slow leak information that make Trump look bad. I mean, look what they did with the emails with the whole blowing Bubba and all that wild stuff. I mean, that's what they've been doing. So when Trump says that it's a hoax, he means when Democrats do stuff like that by releasing emails with no context that try to make the president look bad.
So you're saying that's what he's referring to when he says that you shouldn't worry about the files being released?
Yes.
It's specifically because he's being implicated?
Because the Democrats are slow rolling information with no context, trying to implicate Trump as a pedophile.
But
yes.
You're forgetting the order of how those things happen. That hadn't happened yet. Trump made that quote months ago, and he didn't
Trump,
make it.
Hold on, here's the thing, though.
Clear.
We're going off what's happening now, which is probably the most important thing, is that Trump pretty much said, yes, release the files. So your argument of Trump holding back the files is mute. Like, you can't even make the argument no more, seeing that he's gotten the Republicans to pretty much almost vote unanimously to open up the Epstein files. So you guys even saying that he's trying to hide it does not make sense. Why? Because he's the main person pushed for. Actually, well, hold on. Now we can damn near say promise kept, because as you guys like to say, he ran on it. Well, guess what? It's getting released. And guess what? It was voted on both sides. And it's always been a bipartisan effort. And like I said, the problem that Trump had with it before was how the Dems were using it to try to implicate him in any way, shape, or form, like with the birthday letter, the emails, all this stuff with no context that never proved that Trump was involved with Epstein when it came to pedophilia stuff that's been getting rolled out. That's what Trump's been talking about. And honestly, that's what he's been trying to stop the Dems from doing, is slow rolling information like that. Now that the Dems are pushing to release, the full Epstein file, that's what Trump was cool with. He's like, all right, cool. If you want to release everything, great, because then you're bringing in everybody into this, and you're not just cherry picking information and releasing it to try to make me look bad. That's what Trump hated. And I'm pretty sure everybody realized that that's what the Dems were doing. Like, after they reopened the government, after they took that epic political loss, what happened the next day? Those emails came out. I mean, every time the Dems seem to take a political loss, what happens? More information gets slow leaked about Epstein, like the letter. So that's what Donald Trump was against.
Yeah, and just remember, every time you hear somebody start talking about the shutdown, watch how the first thing that comes out of, say, like a reporter's mouth is, oh, the Epstein files.
So, like, bro, I see what you're trying. I understand that you're trying to bring up what he said in the past, but let's be honest, all that doesn't matter, because what is he doing now?
Yeah, him making that quote, literally, it turned many people away. Many people that I know, who I communicate, consistently, they said that they couldn't believe that he's turning away support from people who care about PDF file crimes. That's an insane thing to say. That's literally insane. Like I said, political suicide. Now, I think that the Republicans, they needed 5, I think, to vote along with Democrats. And once they knew that they had those 5, then every Republican voted for it to be passed, because they knew how it would look.
Well, actually, there's been bipartisan. Hold on. No, do you know there's been bipartisan support to open the Epstein files? What are you talking about? The two leaders are Thomas Massie and Rouhani.
Right.
Bipartisan support. It was never just a Democrat thing, but you're trying to frame it as the Republicans were trying to hide it. No, they weren't. There were Republicans been voting on releasing the Epstein list before this whole fiasco started.
I mean, we were the first ones screaming about it, and you guys didn't care at all.
Well, right. So, S.E.T mentioned that Trump ran on this issue. That's
No,
what
no,
makes
no,
it
no, no.
worse.
I said you guys said he ran on the issue.
Well, he literally did. Like he
No, no,
actually
no.
literally
Actually,
did.
no. He promised. He never actually promised to release the Epstein list. He promised to drop MLK. He promised to drop JFK. But when he got to the Epstein list, he was like, I don't know about that one.
Hey, he said there's a lot of phony stuff in there.
So he always had that belief about the Epstein list.
I've heard MAGA people themselves say that
yes, MAGA, but that's not Trump.
That's not Trump.
No, what I'm saying is that he ran on that. And okay, maybe he didn't promise, but he did say that he was going to push for their release, something along those lines.
Can you find it?
Sure, that shouldn't be hard to find. I don't even think this is really that debatable.
Nobody else has been able to find it.
Hold on now. Wait, what are you asking him to find, Maine? I'm sorry.
Where Trump was
A
saying,
quote where Trump is sympathetic to the idea of releasing the Epstein files.
where Trump was actually going off saying, "Hey, we're going to release the Epstein files." That's what you're saying, right?
Yeah,
like I said, where he's sympathetic to releasing the files. Yes, something.
Were you sympathetic to doing so? I mean,
multiple comments about that.
Nobody else has been able to find that video.
Like I said, he didn't really like everybody kind of believed that he was running off it. Even I did. But when I started doing the research and I was looking it up, I'm like, yeah, Trump never officially said that. Oh, yeah, I'm going to release the Epstein list. He never officially said that. And here's the thing. I wish he did. But that's just not it. And here's the thing. I mean, he didn't even say he was going to release it, but here he is telling all Dems to go ahead and release the files. And then when Trump tried to release the files, and I mean, Pam Bondi and Kash Patel that up, when he released it the first time, Trump truly believed that was it. Trump thought that, all right, well, I guess you guys are just being conspiratorial. You're not trying to accept the facts. That's how Trump was seeing it. Now, as things start going along and Thomas Massie Rouhana pushed the oversight hearing or the oversight committee to start doing these interviews, more files come out. I'm pretty sure even Trump is starting to get more information, as well as the rest, as well as we. As this new information rolls out, he's like, hold on now that we're seeing this in a bigger view, now we got more information. Yeah, maybe we should just let the whole thing out. Now that there's more to be found, because Trump was told, well, what was he told by his DOJ? What was he told by the FBI? Oh, Epstein killed himself, nothing else to see. I'm pretty sure Trump was just as surprised as we were when, well, surprise, surprise, there's definitely more to see when they start releasing more and more pages. So we also got to take this with the mindset as time progresses and how much information was coming out as time was progressing. And let's be real, that's going to change your perspective on the Epstein list. If your DOJ told you, oh, no, everything's good. We dropped everything already, Trump. Oh, okay, well, then I don't know what they're complaining about. These guys do an oversight hearing. More files come out. At that point, if I was Trump, I'm looking over here like, bro, I thought you guys told me that there was nothing else coming out. But here they are coming out more information. And now they're pushing to just release even more that you guys said that didn't exist. Now,
so how do you explain
I know you want to assume
currently?
that Trump, I know you want to assume duplicity to his character, but that could also be something as well.
I don't need to do that. I think enough has already been done by himself. But so how do you
but what
explain
you're saying
the
though,
MTG
hold on,
beef?
what's been done? You think enough's been done? Like, all right, well, in my opinion, I think you're right. Enough has been done. He asked
No,
for
I
the
think he
release.
himself has done it to himself, to where he's built this persona that he puts out to the world, right? Yeah, he's shameless, he's unapologetic. But said really quick, how do you explain the MTG and Trump beef at the moment? They're literally tweeting at each other about these files and how that's the difference. That's what's
You think
separating
that's their
MAGA.
only beef?
What was that?
No, that's not their only beef. Is between the Epstein list. Remember, MTG came out and started speaking about how the Republicans are tackling healthcare. She was talking about how Donald Trump needs to park his ass at the White House and start focusing on foreign policy. So their beef did not just revolve around the Epstein list.
That's true. I think it started with Israel. Okay, but I know that they specifically mentioned that how MTG's on the list of the 5 Republicans who are going to sign the bill for it to get passed. So I know that she's played a big role in pushing for these files to be released, and And I know Trump's not like, he hasn't been liking that. He's been speaking out against MTG now. Now I don't remember if it was specifically something he said about the Epstein files regarding MTG, but yeah, I know that's a huge rift right now in the MAGA, the MAGA movement.
Well, yeah. So Pam Bondi and Dan Bongino both talked about it and said they wanted to do it. Trump always said, there's a lot of phony stuff in there, but if people wanted it, whatever. And he's even signed 2 executive orders to have them released, but both times a district court overruled it because it was sealed by a district court back during the Obama days.
That is also true. There was an ongoing case going on as well, to the point where they couldn't even be releasing the files as well. So there is also that to take into account.
So why doesn't that excuse work for Biden?
What? The investigation?
Yeah.
Oh, because Biden didn't really try to get into it at all. He didn't try to force it to get open. There was no huge arguments about it coming from the left nor the right. So it was completely ignored under Biden for 4 years straight. But then for some reason it gets reunited under Trump. That's why we kind of see you guys as a bit, like, honestly shady. Because, like, okay, so what? You didn't care about children and what pedophiles do to them until Trump came in office?
Right. So look, I do think that Biden should have released them. That there should have been more of an effort by the left and the right to release them. But
fair.
The thing is that Biden, obviously, I think we all know that there's people from both sides on the list, right, on the left and the right, and yeah, I mean, I don't think Biden thought it was smart to shoot the Democratic Party in the foot. Now Trump
hold on. This is what I was hearing. Now, I'm not sure if you heard this, but they said that they were hiding it on the Democrat side because it implicated Bill Clinton.
Possibly, yeah. I mean, I wouldn't doubt it, honestly. Okay, but I think the Democrats saw Trump speaking out about it, while he was running for president again, and I think he even called out Biden for not releasing the files a couple times.
And
but
I just think I have to say something real quick. I think I can speak for a lot of Republicans and a lot of MAGA when I say I kind of feel a little bit bad for Biden. I think he has dementia and has for a long time, and he was taken advantage of. They weekend at Bernie's his ass. I think if we punished him, he won't remember it. And so, I mean, I don't think we need to punish Biden. I don't think Biden is dangerous in any way.
Honestly, it's not really about who's the president to punish. It's about, well, one, why wasn't this more than if the Dems are making it so important now, why wasn't it important 4 years ago? And then,
like I said, it wasn't smart. It wasn't politically smart. It wasn't, it wasn't worth it. And then when Trump started speaking out and talking all this mess about, releasing the files and putting pressure, like I said, I think he put pressure on Biden or said a couple comments questioning why he hasn't been, doing anything about the files. So whenever Trump started making all this noise about it, that's when the Democrats were probably like, okay, do it. Go ahead and you're talking all this noise. Go ahead and release them. And
actually, no, the Dems weren't saying anything like that. Actually, no, the Dems. Hold on,
they haven't directly said that, but I think that's
no. Because remember, they weren't talking about it because remember, Pam Bondi was already preparing to was already going all over Fox News talking about, oh, yeah, we're about to release them. Don't worry, and all that good stuff. Remember the beginning of this administration. Now, nobody was talking about it because Pam Bondi said she was on top of it. Remember, she's the one that overpromised and then completely dropped the ball. And then Cash Patel and Dan Bongino is trying to tell us that, oh, well, he wasn't trafficking nobody but himself, and he killed himself. So those are those guys. So you can't really say that, oh, the Dems are going like, oh, well, do it. No, that we did it, and trust me, we bashed our own side, and the Dems just hopped on board with us. And this is where we kind of rock with you guys on it. I'm like, yes, when we bashed Pam Bondi and the FBI going like, yo, you're bullshitting us, you guys jumped on top of it, but you radicalized the argument. We're just trying to push them for more information. You're over here trying to assume that it's all, they don't want to release it. It's all a cover up. They're hiding this, that, and it's because of Trump. Like, nah, they came out, gave us BS information. Trump's co-signing it. That would piss us off. You guys bandwagoned onto that argument and took it to the moon, started trying to assume everything in the world.
Yeah, man. Look, I do think Bill Clinton's on the files. You know, like maybe even Hunter Biden. You know, so like I said, at the time for Biden, I don't think it was politically smart. I don't think it was worth, you know, putting in the effort to release him because it would have been, you know, bad for the party. So now that Trump is, you know, gaining power and you know, defying, you know, decorum, you know, to say the least, you know, they just want to stop him at any cost at this point, you know. So now it is worth it. Now they wanted to blow up in Trump's face, you know, because, dude, I know there's quotes out there about Trump putting pressure to release the files before he, you know, during his campaign before he was elected. I don't think I could find a quote or something that suggests.
On
Dude,
that last thing you just said,
I'll send it to you somehow. But you know,
like I said, he said he promised to release the JFK and the MLK, but when it came to the Epstein one, he said, I don't know about that one. And I mean, that's when he was doing that 3-on-1 interview.
Can I touch on what you said? You said how the Democrats feel like Trump's gaining all this power, so they're being extra aggressive because it's like they kind of have nothing to lose.
They want to stop him at all costs. Yeah.
I think there's another angle, different angle, but not completely out of the picture, not canceling the first angle, is there's the DSA. So the Democrats and the DSA are two different things, but they're under one party name. And the Democrats are actually being pushed out by the more popular young socialist Democrats. Pelosi, when Mondami won, the next day Pelosi quit. I don't know why.
Here's the thing.
Yeah,
I'll give it to the new leadership of
Left
Dems.
isn't
Trust me,
happy.
new leadership of Dems have nothing to do with the Epstein list. That's why they're the main ones backing it, because they're innocent. It's the old Dems. They're the ones who are really afraid. And so, and same side about the Republicans as well. I mean, both sides are afraid, and they're both being forced to vote on this because nobody wants to look guilty, except for that guy Clayton Higgins. I mean, he don't give a fuck. Apparently, he just don't care.
Yeah, man. The left isn't happy, and yeah, there is a rift in the Democratic Party too. So, yeah, I mean, people aren't happy with Chuck Schumer and Nancy Pelosi. So, yeah, that kind of makes sense.
And look, I'll give this to you. I'll give this to you. Like, look, I didn't really like the way Trump was going about the Epstein files at first, because and this is what I've been hearing. This is from what I've been hearing in the political streets, is that at first his advisors was telling him that, oh, you shouldn't want to release the list. They've scrubbed it. It's all about you. It's all about you. Or it's all something that Obama made up. And Trump ran with that. Now, and like I said, as things start coming out, he started seeing how that was a lie, because he's like, okay, well, what do you mean? Because even both sides are getting implicated in these new file releases, so it just can't be an Obama like thing. This can't be this Obama like, what was it? This I guess this hoax. Is this not an Obama hoax? So this is what led Trump to now his decision. Now that he's seen all this information come out, he's like, yeah, this can no longer be considered a Democrat hoax on them just trying to steamroll me or them trying to implicate me as a pedophile. Like, it's not just that. Obviously, now there's more to it, and there's more people involved than just Obama trying to create another hoax. And this is what Trump's cabinet was honestly trying to feed to him. And of course, they're also trying to feed to him, saying that, well, we released all the files. He killed himself. He went trafficking to nobody. So anybody who asks you anything is just, you know, being a conspiracy theorist. And that's how Trump was acting, because what was his DOJ telling him? What was the FBI telling him? Honestly, I believe that Trump is kind of going outside his FBI and DOJ because he's asking for the full release. Because according to the DOJ and the FBI at the beginning of the year, I mean, hey, With the first release, well, that was it. That's all we were supposed to know, and that was supposed to be case closed.
And
Yeah, that's another effort.
He's not going to look at this stuff himself. He's not personally doing any investigations into Epstein. He has a whole different schedule on his plate.
I would say this: people got to realize that the flaw of all presidents is that they're being told stuff by people who could filter the information. So even Barack Obama, like, I mean, what was it? It was the CIA head that was telling how they took advantage of Barack Obama just by flattering him, making him feel like he was the smartest person in the room. And they was able to filter information or get Obama to sign off on certain things due to their manipulation of him. Trump is going through the same thing.
That probably works for most presidents. But yeah, that Obama thing was another effort to kind of, keep the files from being released, or at least not give them like validity, I guess, or any.
Yeah.
Yeah, and so that's another way he trying to stop the files from being released. Hey, I do have to go soon, but I did want to ask y'all really quick because I saw you were covering the face masks thing, with law enforcement wearing face masks. Do you think that puts the public servants' safety over the public? Like, do you kind of see why people on the left have a problem with that? Or not even just people on the left.
Actually, I still don't. I honestly don't, because if you guys are having this radical rhetoric, and if you guys are compassionate to understand that there's people on your side who are doxing them, who is tracking down family members, then you should be able to have that compassion, not only for yourselves and your argument, but for the other people as well, for your fellow Americans who are just doing their job. So the fact that you can find the compassion for them to protect themselves, and you're saying, oh, don't you think they're putting themselves over the people? No, and not really. They're just doing their job, and they got to protect their identity to protect their family members. That, well, sorry, but it does seem like guys on the left are attacking.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think people want the police to be in danger, but you do see how it could be a problem for the public to see people in random camo. They have like some kind of gear that looks somewhat like what ICE wears, and they could just pass off as ICE, because all they really have is like a number on
but
their
that hasn't
chest,
been
and that's
reported
it.
though. That has not been reported. Nobody has dressed up as ICE and locked up a whole bunch of illegals and locked them in their basement for a couple days. And
That has happened.
Like, I know, like trust me, there hasn't even been a watered down version of that.
What
That's what I'm saying. Is like you guys are jumping to these like crazy assumptions or these crazy scenarios, and that hasn't happened. So when you guys say, well, don't you think that ICE is being a bit reckless with the mask? No, because they have family members that they got to protect. Like, I think like that should be easy for you guys to understand if you'd humanize them for just 5 seconds. I mean, it should be easy to understand that they're just doing their job, and for some reason your base is radicalizing them. So, I mean, maybe you should see them as human instead of the Gestapo, and maybe you'll be able to understand why they have to wear masks.
That comes with, I mean, whenever they accept the job, we give them power. We allow them to be, that there are public servants. So why is their safety being prioritized when there have been incidents
How is
where
their safety being prioritized just by wearing a mask? Actually, they're prioritizing your safety by getting these illegals out of here. And if anything, hold on, you guys are endangering yourselves by putting yourselves in the way of these guys who have a mask.
Because anybody can look like people in street clothes with some camo shirt or some type of camo, but anybody can pretend and just put a number on their chest.
But 9 times out of 10, they got the ICE vest on and they got the mask or the shiesty on. That's it. It's nothing that looks like, oh, like this guy looks like he could be from anywhere. No, they're not dressed like that. They obviously got the ICE vest on. They got the mask with the glasses on, and there you go. That's it. That's the ICE fit of the day.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know, dude. I disagree with that. I think it's easier to mimic than you think, and Dude, there have been stories. There's been at least 3 stories of impersonation of ICE, and happened to some lady like right next to a police station. I'm trying to remember. I think it was in Chicago, but it was like a few days after they started doing this.
Yeah, but now is there mass people doing this? You're telling me that there's
Yeah.
100, like, because like I said, you're making it sound like this is like a common problem, but really this is just a a rare scenario where some
Dude,
dumbass is gonna try to dress up as law enforcement and risk their freedom doing so because
how
it
would
is
we know,
illegal.
dude? How would we know? Like, what if they're successful in their crime? And
Bro,
like
you're
we
assuming
just don't know.
duplicity at this point just because you disagree with what ICE is doing. You're trying to sit here and frame it as if there's people out there dressing up as ICE with the intention to go out there and kidnap illegals. I mean, bro, surprise, surprise, some of these illegals were already kidnapped in the first place.
I don't know, man. Like that doesn't seem like a response to what I said because I mean, they could possibly just have gotten away with it, and we just don't know. Like, we just and it has happened, bro. Like there has been incidents, dude.
But you haven't provided a source. You said, well, I think it was this one time with this one person. I mean, like, bro, if it's that serious of a problem for you, maybe, I mean, you should be able to point out an article, a news story. It shouldn't be so, like, oh, well, I don't know. I can't remember all the information. I'm like, dog, if this is truly important to you and these are what ICE is doing, if you feel like it's truly wrong, you should have like at least some type of memory of it being documented.
Yeah, I mean,
It's like me.
I
If
should
I
have
truly
came
feel some way about this, then I'm gonna give you
with.
documentation of it. I should be able to tell you what date it happened on if I truly feel terrible about this topic. But I'm gonna be honest with you, my friend. It sounds like you're just kind of talking BS just to be against ICE because you can't really give us no proof that ICE has done anything that you said.
I'll send you some stuff, but yeah, man, like it has happened, and like I said, I really just heard you say again what you said yesterday, so I just like called in kind of improv. And I should have like came up with like the names of the articles and like the places of where those incidents happen.
Yeah, because like,
But
trust me, dog. Like, because like, let's
it
be
has.
honest. You gotta understand. People is talking, lying about ICE almost every day. Over here, trying to throw stuff at ICE. Then they want to make a dramatic video when ICE is arresting their ass. I mean, talk about how ICE is the Gestapo when they're just arresting the illegal immigrants. And then, of course, there's guys like you who are saying, well, and here's the thing: it's not even ICE's fault if that's the case. I mean, how can you blame ICE for what random people are deciding to do? Like, I'm not even sure where you're going with that one. Because if you're telling me that there's random people dressing up as ICE, I mean, how's that ICE fault?
Because they're making it easy for people to impersonate them instead of being able to at least see their face. I mean, to at least be
Bro,
able
I'm
not to
sorry, but
dox them, but like to have some
how is
accountability.
there making it easier for people to impersonate them? Like, all right, so you pretty much all they just need is an ICE jacket that they can get from anywhere, an ICE police vest that you think that they can just get from anywhere, right?
I mean, they're not always
fake
like,
and then they gotta
like,
go out there and fake a whole badge. Now they gotta find out what a whole. I mean, that's a lot of work for somebody, low key, when you really think about it. And then this is all illegal, by the way. So you're doing all this work for something that you might go to jail for. When you know what, it might just be a whole lot easier just to kidnap this illegal without pretending like you're ICE. Actually,
look into Warren King. Warren King. He's an American citizen. He's African American, and he got detained by ICE. He's an American citizen, and he's like, he just graduated high school.
and that's cool and all. He got detained by ICE for how long?
For a couple hours. I don't know. Like I think it was like 8 hours or something like that.
And that's perfectly fine.
I don't
They're
know,
allowed to
be honest,
detain you
but
for up to 72 hours while they're conducting or questioning you or conducting an investigation. That's just the way it goes.
What I'm saying is that the pool of people who are falling under this like target, plan is expanding. And
Not really. How's it
at first you
expanding?
didn't hear
Because
about it
like the
about this
criteria
happening to
hasn't
American
changed.
citizens.
No. Who is ICE going after? Come on,
They're going after immigrants, right?
Illegal immigrants, not just legal, not legal immigrants, illegal immigrants. That's it. That's all. They have not said they're not expanding to legal immigrants. They're not expanding to U.S. citizens who disagree with Israel. They're not expanding it. They're keeping it down to just illegal immigrants.
Right. But I mean, like when you hear about like there's been a couple stories recently, um and yeah, like I actually have to go, man. To be honest,
All right, I got
but
you, big dog. We
yeah,
can have
we
this conversation another time for sure, though.
sounds good. Sounds good. I appreciate you having me on, and yeah, y'all have a good rest of the stream.
All right, man. Hey, man, no problem, Kai. Hey, I know we disagree a lot, but hey, I definitely do like having the conversations.
Yeah, y'all be safe. Be careful.
All right, man. You too, big dog. All right. Shout out to my man Kai. All right, now let's go ahead and get this one going. Shout out to my man Hellbat. He says, we saw what happened when RFK said there was a link between a certain drug and retardation. Probably should say jumping off bridges are bad. Shout out Hellbat. I guess so. Shout out Tove. Appreciate the support, sis. Biden's entire presidency was elder abuse. Yes, I mean, that's very true. IMO, yeah. The entire presidency was elder abuse. They were supposed to make him sit down at least halfway through it. And maybe, you know what? Maybe Kamala could have had a better chance of winning, instead of just waiting until the last 100 days to drop out, which is insane after having an abysmal debate performance.
That's funny.
Wait, anything else? Making sure. Oh, one more from Tove. She says, honestly, everything Trump says, the Dems want the opposite. Everything that we assume they would be on board with him on, they went the opposite. I know, right? You would think that they would be all for it, punching it to the big corporations, but instead they're kind of holding water for these big corporations. It's kind of crazy. You would actually think. I mean, you would think they'd be on board with Trump to bring back manufacturing and helping the American people and all that good stuff. But nope, they're against it. Actually, they don't even have a plan to bring back manufacturing or to help out the American middle class. All they have is nothing but complaints about tariffs.
Absolutely, you should keep the jokes incoming. But you have a unanimous vote, aside from one in the House, and Senate and President Trump. Seldom do you ever get this level of agreement. So it's always funny to me because the left calls for civility and agreement after they've punched you in the face. They don't celebrate an area where there's actual common ground that left, right, Democrat, Republican, we all don't like pedophiles. We all don't like child sex traffickers, right? Hey, that's a good thing. Instead, they have to spin it. And if anything, if you...
Oh, and shout out to my man Daniel Castro. He says, that was a GX9 Moon and 8 other profiles. Oh, damn.
Find this to be a disappointment when and if the files are released.
Yeah.
I would like you to direct your ire toward Pam Bondi. Yeah. Pam Bondi is the common denominator here that has been a problem. Remember, this is going to allow, by the way, Pam Bondi to withhold or redact information that could jeopardize any active investigations or...
Once again, Pam Bondi getting in the way.
Or name victims. And the problem is redactions have been used for far more than that in the past. So there needs to be some level of transparency here. And the reason that this is different from a lot of other cases is Americans watch this take place in real time, and it perfectly crisp.
And all right, guys, we're gonna have to call it time on this one. I need to get some sleep. But all right, guys, man, it's been a good one with you guys. Make sure you guys double tap the screen. And if you haven't already, make sure to like and subscribe to the channel, guys. We try to do this every day. Appreciate the support. I'm gonna go ahead and leave you out here with some funny clips and some informative ones as well, man. This is Set with Set Media, and I'll catch you guys on the next one. Appreciate the support to all the supporters and all those who came up. Catch you on the next one, guys. Peace.
He killed himself.
What did you think before you got in office? Did you think that Epstein was murdered?
No. When you're in that kind of confinement, we call it solitary confinement, you're not supposed to have these things that you are able to hang yourself with. That's the whole point of the strict rules in there. You're not supposed to have 6 feet of cloth that you can dangle from the ceiling so you can hang yourself. This is prison 101.
Yeah.
So I agree with you. This doesn't look right. It doesn't look like a suicide.
What I was told, what I'd read, was that the guards were not paying attention or were sleeping.
Well,
right?
And in short order, you'll see it.
Is that correct?
Well, it's hard to surmise that from a video, right? Where they do you know what happened to these guards? Supposedly they were going to get charged, but I've never heard anything that happened to these prison guards. Maybe we should try to find them and let's talk to them. Do guards doze off on the night shift? Yeah. But no one can get in to the cell. And if they had gotten in to the cell, you would see it.
But we were told that the cameras were down.
Well, I don't know Who said that?
But that was in the news.
In these units, there's supposed to be 24/7 guard duty on him directly. And from what I was able to learn in this, in the lead up to his suicide, is the guard fell asleep. Now, I don't really buy that.
Are you familiar with Mr. Stu Peters?
Not off the top of my head.
You made 8 separate appearances on his podcast.
I'm a capitalist. This is not capitalism. This is corporatism and crony capitalism. Who told her that we're giving government guarantees? We're not going to do that. You're not going to get a government guarantee where the American taxpayer, the American citizen, gets stiffed again. They're going to take all your jobs. First, they're going to H-1B visas to have the foreigners come in and take your kids' jobs, number one, and even your job if you're in your 40s in tech, okay? Number two, they're going to have the AI out there, and it's going to kill every apprentice-type job for administrative folks, lower-level managerial, and programmers in lower-level tech for the decade of your 20s. They're going to take all that right away, okay? Then they want you to pay for it. No. The American people paid for it the first time with their pension funds to the hedge funds that shipped the jobs over to China. It's not going to happen again. We need a national...
55 ingredients for one sandwich. You still hungry? They show you this, but hide everything right behind me.
You thought it was just chicken? Nah, this thing got preservatives, fillers, flavor boosters, a whole chemistry set.
This bun's got more chemicals than you think it does. Bleached, rebuilt, and sugared up.
I bet you didn't know they gotta add anti-foam just to keep this oil from bubbling like a volcano.
I know you're thinking about me. What are you waiting for? I'm right down the street.
Just remember, it ain't 3 ingredients, it's 55.
It must suck to be that dumb. Goat's milk latte drinking, avocado toast eating. Life is hard, but it's harder when you're stupid. I don't know why we have to give money to countries that hate us. They should be able to hate us for free. They can kiss my ass. Somebody at the White House has been smoking the devil's lettuce, okay? The spending porn on pet project. It's just chock full of spending porn. There's an enormous amount of spending porn. You hate cops just because they're cops? The next time you get in trouble, call a crackhead. Next time you get in trouble, call a crackhead. Call a criminal. Call a meth head. As I've said about her before, I think she's the reason there are directions on a shampoo bottle. Clowns to the left of me, jokers to the right. Republicans aren't perfect, but the other side is crazy. These people are about 10 exits past normal. My Democratic friends, Brian, seem determined to find out what it's like to be a Jets fan. God created the world, but everything else is made in China. With respect, there are times, particularly recently,
my shade, Dior, my